Hey everyone. This is a piece from the Sage Handbook of Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. I read this a while ago, um, but I'd like to, share this text, this book, at least make people aware of it, and some of the very good contributions to it. I think this is an extremely important book. The Sage Handbook of Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Um, um, God willing, it'll go down as an important intervention into discussions of the history of Marxist theory and critical theory more broadly. The piece I'm reading is titled Marx, Marxism, and Critical Theory, or Marx, Marxism, Critical Theory by Jan Hoff. Jan Hoff should probably just read his bio in this book, but he wrote a very good book that I think was the basis of his PhD dissertation, which is titled Marx Worldwide, which is about the reception of Marx since the 1960s, and particularly Marx's critique of political economy, not strictly just his entire body of work, but particularly Capital, Grundrisse, theories of surplus value, contribution to the critique of political economy, those kind of texts. So yeah, it's a very important book. I should probably just read that, but there's a lot of things to read in this crater. Anyway, in contemporary critical theory, Theodore is often seen as a, quote, cultural critic, or as a, quote, music theorist, whereas Marx is reduced to, quote, whereas Max, as in Max Horkheimer, is reduced to, quote, having played second fiddle, end quote. This became especially clear during the, quote, Adorno year, 2003, when commentators in the German mainstream media wrote long articles about Adorno, which by and large ignored the relation of critical theory to Marxism. In distinction, this chapter elaborates the character of this relationship. It argues that at its foundation, critical theory developed as a heterodox alternative to the positivist turn in Marxist thought. This chapter is divided into 7 sections. We first take a brief look at traditional Marxism, because this provides the historical background of critical theory, although this was a background Horkheimer referred to in a specifically critical way. Secondly, we take a brief look at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research in its, quote, Grünberg era. As a third point, the political views of the young Horkheimer are summarized, which leads us to the fourth point, Horkheimer's critique of, and alternative to, Marxist historical determinism as formulated in Dämmerung. One second. Footnote. Published in English as Dawn and Decline Notes. 1926 to 1931. Let me look that up. I don't see any description for it. Anyway, end footnote. In the 5th section, the link between 1937, traditional and critical theory, and 1867, capital, is examined. In the 6th section, Horkheimer's critique of a deterministic interpretation of history is taken up again, this time in the context of his 1940-42 essay, Authoritarian State. Finally, we have to mention some of the post-World War II developments, including the critical standpoint put forward by Adorno's disciple, Hans-Jürgen Kroll. The main aims of this final section, is to show that critical theory was built, at least to a large extent, on Marx's critique of political economy and a related political standpoint of emancipation. Therefore, the points of critique towards traditional Marxism, especially concerning the deterministic and objectivistic view on historical development, must also be highlighted. New section, Traditional Marxism. Let me 1 second. I want to look up traditional Marxism in German on the German Wikipedia. If it will cooperate with me. Sorry, I'm not saying actually anything. Anyway, sorry about that. Marxism as a relatively coherent, quote, scientific worldview developed in the period that began with Friedrich Engels' work on his book Anti-Düring of 1876 and the 1891 Erfurt program of the German SPD. Marxism, therefore, is something different from the theory of Marx, although Marxism was developed out of the theory of Marx in a rather complicated process. I want to read the German Wikipedia for the Anti-Düring. Mr. Eugen Düring's Revolution in Science, or Anti-Düring for short, is a polemic against Eugen Düring, written by Friedrich Engels, first published in 1877 in Vorwärts, with the collaboration of Karl Marx. It is considered one of the most influential texts of Marxism. The text was written from September 1876 to 1878 and published in Vorwärts. From January 3rd to January 3rd, 1877 to July 7th, 1878. The first book edition appeared in 1877 and 1878 in Leipzig, the second edition in 1886 in Zurich, and the third revised and enlarged edition in 1894 in Stuttgart. Originally written at the request of Wilhelm Liebknecht to diminish the influence of Eugen Düring, the polemical Anti-Düring became, alongside the short version, the development of socialism from utopia to science, the most widely read work of Marx and Engels. The significance of Anti-Düring lies not in its confrontation with Düring, but in its presentation of the, quote, communist worldview. Not only are the basic principles of Marxism presented, but also topics that have previously remained untouched are dealt with. Anti-Düring plays an important role in the development of Marxism. Lenin described Anti-Düring, together with the Communist Manifesto and the work Ludwig Feuerbach and the outset of classical German philosophy, as handbooks for every class-conscious worker. For Marxism-Leninism, anti-Düring controversially laid down the philosophical materialism. Marx himself wrote a chapter of this text. Nevertheless, it is disputed within Western Marxism whether the text is an authentic representation of Marx's thinking. On the one hand, a different emphasis in the work of Marx and Engels is discussed, and on the other hand, reference is made to the intention of the text and the character resulting from it. In the preface to Anti-Düring, Engels wrote in 1894, quote, "The quote, system of Mr. Düring criticized here extends over a very extensive theoretical area. I was compelled to follow him everywhere and to pose his views with my own. The negative criticism thus became positive. The polemic turned into a more or less coherent presentation of the dialectical method and communist worldview advocated by Marx and me, and this in a fairly comprehensive range of areas," end quote. Engels, 1894. And there's a section of famous quotes from it, and it's brief, so I'll read it. Quote, "For the metaphysician, things and their mental images, concepts, are isolated objects of investigation, to be considered one after the other without regard to the other, fixed, rigid, once and for all given. He thinks in terms of nothing but immediate opposites. His speech is yes, yes, no, no. Whatever is above that is evil. For him, a thing either exists or it does not exist. A thing can just as little be both itself and something else at the same time. Positive and negative exclude each other absolutely. Cause and effect are also in rigid opposition to each other. This way of thinking seems extremely plausible to us at first glance because it is that of so-called common sense," end quote. Engels. Quote, "And it became clear that all previous history was the history of class struggles, that these warring classes of society are always products of the conditions of production and exchange," end quote. Engels. Quote, "Freedom does not lie in the dreamed independence from the laws of nature, but in the knowledge of the laws of nature and in the resulting possibility of making the laws of nature work systematically for specific purposes," end quote. Engels, first section, chapter 11. Quote, "The idea that the main political and state actions are the decisive factor in history is as old as historiography itself, and is the main reason why so little has been preserved for us about the development of nations that is taking place quietly and really advancing in the background of these noisy events," end quote. Engels, second section, chapter 2. Back to the text. I want to look up Erfurt program. As well. I'm going to read the German Wikipedia for the Erfurt Party Congress. The Erfurt Party Congress was held from the 14th of October to the 20th of October 1891 by the Social Democratic Party of Germany in the Erfurt Kaisersaal. The program adopted here is called the Erfurt Program. The Erfurt Party Congress under the leadership of August Bebel is one of the most important programmatic party congresses of the SPD. After the end of the persecutions under Bismarck's socialist law, which was in effect from 1878 to 1890, the emerging Workers' Party looked for a new strategy and tactics in the age of dynamic industrialization and social changes in Germany. The course of the program debate in the run-up to the Erfurt Party Conference indicated that an intensive discussion of Karl Marx's theories did not take place. All of the drafts attempted to combine the basic principles of Marxist ideology with social democratic, programmatic realpolitik. In total, there were 4 draft programs, 1 official from the Executive Committee, and 3 alternative drafts that were submitted before the start of the party conference. To weigh up and analyze these alternative drafts, the Party Executive Committee set up a program commission under the leadership of Wilhelm Liebknecht. The drafts of Karl Kautsky and Edward Bernstein, which did not deviate from the Executive Committee in terms of fundamental goals, attracted particular interest. These 2 papers, a more theoretical paper by Kautsky and a more practical paper by Bernstein, were well received by the 21-member Program Commission, were combined and finally adopted unanimously with a few changes. This new draft program was an international model due to the position of the German labor movement and contained a theoretical and practical part in the tradition of the Gotha program. In addition, that's referring to the Gotha program itself, not the critique of the Gotha program by Marx. In addition, the new name SPD was enshrined in the Erfurt program. At the Erfurt Party Conference itself, the program was adopted without discussion by 250 delegates. The party program, known as the Erfurt Program, returned in parts to Marxist theory and doctrine after the reformist approaches of the Gotha program and completely abandoned the Lassallean content of the Gotha program. Karl Kautsky himself explained that he had summarized parts of Marx's Capital for the theoretical part. The parts Kautsky mentioned most likely referred to the section Historical Tendencies of Capitalist Accumulation. In stark contrast to Marx, however, the program did not contain any explicit demands for a proletarian revolution. In contrast to the theoretical part, the practical action-oriented part of the program contained numerous democratic and social policy goals, such as the right to vote, the 8-hour day, and worker protection. This marked the beginning of the long conflict within the party between socialist theory and real political practice, which was only overcome with the Godesberg program in 1959 in favor of realpolitik and a departure from Marxist content. The opposition of the, quote, young was a very diverse left-wing opposition within the SPD, whose main representatives were excluded at the Erfurt Party Conference. The opposition movement was centered in Berlin and consisted of both trade union representatives and writers close to the party, such as Bruno Villa, who was active in the Freie Volksbühne Association. The Young started their opposition shortly before the abolition of the socialist law with a series of press articles and refined it up until the Erfurt Party Conference. They criticized the increase in power of the Reichstag faction and of individual personalities within the party during the ban. In addition, they called for a more critical orientation of the Social Democrats towards parliamentarism, which they assumed would show increasing consideration for the demands of the middle classes. The reason for this was the El Dorado speeches by the Bavarian Social Democrat Georg von Vollmar. Consideration for the middle class led to a reformist orientation of the movement. The young people, on the other hand, recommended a return to Lassalle and the Gotha program, in which all factions of the bourgeoisie were described as a single, quote, reactionary mass. The opposition of the young people discovered contradictions in the tactics of the Reichstag faction and managed to prevent the Reichstag faction from being given the additional function of a control commission of the party at the Erfurt Party Congress. However, they did not manage to combine their criticism into a coherent list of demands. This was made more difficult on the one hand by massive threats of exclusion in the run-up to the Party Congress, in which any organized faction formation was assumed to have the intention of splitting. No similar accusations were made against Fulmar and other reformist opposition members. On the other hand, the young people made it easy for the Party Congress majority around Babel to exclude them because they were inferior to them in tactical questions and often mixed political and personal points of criticism. The accusations and counter-accusations triggered in this way meant that the actual political contradictions were swept under the carpet. At the Erfurt Party Congress, most members of the opposition, who were only loosely connected to one another, left the party or were expelled. They continued their political activities in the Association of Independent Socialists and developed into anarchism. Back to the text. Marxism, therefore, is something different from the theory of Marx, although the former was developed out of the latter in a rather complicated process. While Marx's own field of study was very comprehensive, ranging from the obvious political economy to history and from geology to mathematics, Marx himself had never formulated and elaborated a positive system of knowledge like the positive system of knowledge that was put forward by his friend Engels in Anti-Düring. The spectrum of topics dealt with in Anti-Düring ranged from, quote, philosophy of nature and the principle of dialectics to political economy and socialism. This approach paved the way for the transformation of Marx's critical theory into a comprehensive and systematic worldview. In the late 1870s, the period of Sozialistengesetz, this type of Marxism was successfully disseminated in the SPD, while proponents of positions close to Düring, Lassalle, or anarchism were either pushed out of the party or relegated into the background. That last term that was used, Sozialistengesetz, is the socialist law. Translates as the socialist law. And the German Wikipedia says, the socialist law is the short name for the law against the dangerous activities of the Social Democrats, which was in force in the German Empire from 1878 to 1890 and was extended several times during this time. Because of the various individual provisions in 30 paragraphs, the 4 extensions, and because of small modifications, the term socialist laws is often used in the plural. The law banned socialist, social democratic, and communist associations, meetings, and publications whose purpose was to overthrow the existing state and social order. The socialist law resulted in social democratic activities being moved underground or abroad, as well as mass arrests and deportations. Only the Social Democrats and the Reichstag remained untouched due to their parliamentary immunity. Despite the massive repressive policy, the candidacy and election of social democratic politicians as private individuals was still possible and the only legal way to represent one's interests politically and legally. For an appropriate analysis of the socialist laws, recent research points to the importance of the international context, where socialists were sometimes subjected to harsher repression than in the German Reich. Back to the text. In Karl Kautsky's theoretical contribution to the Erfurt program of 1891, Marxism was codified as the official party ideology. However, this programmatic claim of Marxist, quote, orthodoxy coexisted with the pragmatic and reform-oriented part written by Edward Bernstein. The deterministic and objectivistic tendencies in the historical outlook offered by traditional Marxism have been criticized many times. We will later see how Horkheimer formulated a convincing critique of this feature of traditional Marxism in Dämmerung. Horkheimer's critical viewpoints concerning this question will be presented in detail in the 4th and 5th sections of this chapter. Another element of traditional Marxism that was criticized by Adorno and Horkheimer was the epistemological problem of Abbildtheorie. The hell does that mean? According to German Wikipedia, Abbildtheorie means image theory. Abbild means image. And the Wikipedia says, image refers to an image and its relationship to a recognizable object depicted on it. An image can have a natural origin, e.g. shadow, mirror image, or be artificially created, e.g. painting, symbolic sign. The philosophical term, image relation, is intended to describe the relationship between object and image. In the context of epistemology, philosophers have repeatedly asked what the relationship is between the original image and the image, and have developed image theories from different perspectives about the extent to which human knowledge is an image of reality. Images are therefore linked to the constitution of subjects and objects. Images can be assigned religious or magical meanings. Since ancient times, monotheistic religions have often issued bans on images, which have repeatedly led to conflicts throughout European history. Sensory impressions, perceptions, or ideas are considered images, as are concepts, judgments, and conclusions, and even theories on a linguistic level. In the 20th century, philosophers again discussed the extent to which a statement or description of a situation can depict the facts in the world. The difference of opinion between idealism and realism, which arose in ancient times, has continued to exist up to the present day. Ideology critique deals with the sociopolitical significance of images. I'm going to read the section of this Wikipedia on 19th and 20th centuries. In the 19th century, the philosophical spectrum split into more differentiated positions. Representatives of the transcendental philosophical/idealistic tradition denied the possibility of a representational relationship at all. Of Neo-Kantianism, Husserl, because the actual nature of reality external to humans eluded their cognitive ability. The empiricist/materialist schools, as well as critical realism, Oswald Klupa and Nikolai Hartmann, developed representational theories that assumed at least structural, isomorphic, correspondence between reality and consciousness. The newcomer in this diversity was the positivist school of thought, whose protagonists concentrated on the analysis of physiological and psychological facts. The positivists abandoned the theory of representation as early as the middle of the 19th century. Together with the empiricists, the positivists assumed that people must interpret perceptions. However, like the so-called transcendental philosophers, the positivists changed their previously adopted perspective. The image that precedes our cognition is therefore not that of the outside world, in which reality is reflected as on the screen of a camera obscura. The eye does not represent the world either. Rather, the sensory impression of the eye is more similar to what Ernst Mach outlined in his analysis of sensations. A person only makes a distinction between the outside world and the inside world when they deal with the image received by the eye, and by this analyzing, categorizing, and interpreting the perceptions. For example, people have the sensation of a volitional effort with which they raise their arm and at the same time see parts of the image that they connect with their arms moving. However, they interpret these sensations as tactile. In this way, they organize and link the sensations, deciding to regard some as belonging to the body and others as belonging to the environment. According to this concept, however, the same presentation could also have arisen from a dream. The dreamer also creates categories and sees some sensations as physical and others as belonging to the outside world. According to Mach, this analysis is carried out unconsciously and pragmatically. That is, humans interpret data received through their sense organs, which allow them to make predictions. However, their idea of how the world is constituted is only a model. Quote, the data situation behaves as if things had the following properties, ... end quote. Ultimately, the scientist only organizes the findings, quote, economically. He ignores in his model mechanisms that he does not need to make a prediction. Many of the problems of the previous philosophical debate no longer arise with this assumption. If there are areas such as quantum physics in which the same objects behave as if they consist of particles, e.g. atoms, in one experiment and appear as waves in another, the supporter of positivism does not have to commit to one or the other. Rather, he can deal with the information in one way or another, depending on the respective context. For example, he believes it can be useful to calculate residential buildings for conventional three-dimensional space, and at the same time, interpret data from space telescopes in terms of four-dimensional space-time. From the perspective of Marxist philosophy, positivism is a bourgeois subjectivist worldview. Lenin, for example, formulated this view in his critique of Mach. Positivism only speaks of the real material world, which Lenin believes needs to be changed, in terms of model assumptions. The positivists are not interested in how this world is constituted, but only want to, quote, calculate practically. According to the positivists, however, the Marxist materialists, with their reflection theory, make a claim to truth for which they cannot provide any proof. They want to understand the model of a depiction of the material world together with cultural history as the cornerstone of the approach to truth. In detail, according to the controversial positivist criticism, this is not possible without hidden idealistic or metaphysical assumptions in materialism. For example, the article on, quote, image theory in the Marxist-Leninist-oriented philosophical dictionary of the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, presupposes the existence of a, quote, spirit into which the image of the material world is reflected and of matter that is reflected. Quote, images are the ideal results of the reflection process in which people, on the basis of social practice, intellectually appropriate objective reality through social consciousness in various forms, such as science, ideology, morality, art, religion. They arise in a complicated process of translating and transforming the material into the ideal. ... An image is characterized by the fact that it is different from what is depicted, is dependent on it, and is consistent with it. End quote. The neo-Marxist critique of the dogmatic Marxist theory of knowledge put forward by Antonio Gramsci and Karl Korsch, for example, define the theory of reflection and thus the concept of image in a more differentiated way. Thanks for listening to that. Back to the text. Other problematic features of traditional Marxism consisted in the reading of Marx's method of exposition in Capital as a, quote, logical, historical, end quote, progression. in the reformulation of Marx's crisis theory is a theory of breakdown, although many traditional Marxists did not share this reformulation. Footnote. See Rudolf Volter's article Aber nach der Zundflut kommen wir und nur wir. Zusammenbruchstheorie, Marxism und politisches Defizit in der SPD, 1890 to 1914. Sorry, I was looking if there's anything on this Rudolf Volter, but I don't see anything that's like substantial. Back to the text. And in the construction of a theory of immiseration of the working class and a growing class polarization, it was exactly this construction that Bernstein protested against in the 1890s revisionismus. However, the protagonists of, quote, critical theory were not the first Marxist theorists that left aside the, quote, dialectic of nature. The same can be said of Lukács's History and Class Consciousness. Footnote. At a later point in his intellectual life, Lukács was critical of his, quote, omission of Naturdialektik and ontology in History and Class Consciousness. Accordingly, in the early 1970s, he said something in German, blah, blah, blah. Can't read it. Sorry. I'm looking up the revisionism controversy. The term revisionism, which derives from Latin's, quote, to look again, refers to attempts to re-examine, question, re-evaluate, or reinterpret a historical, political, or scientific finding and position, consensus that is generally accepted. The term is used by both supporters and opponents of such revisions. The term has its historical roots in the, quote, revisionism debate of German social democracy around 1896. It describes a fundamental deviation from the original theoretical Marxism. Contrary to its assumptions, capitalism cannot be overcome by a social revolution, but can only be gradually improved through reformism. In this sense, certain branches of communism later also refer to Stalinism and its followers' attempts at de-Stalinization as revisionism. In science in general and also in theory, revision is often spoken of without any particular political connotation when it comes to checking or changing a previously prevailing view of history. This critical attitude and openness to new sources is one of the tasks of every scientist and every historian. The scientific theory of critical rationalism, for example, makes the constant checking of existing knowledge in the light of new research an essential principle of scientific work. A distinction must be made between these and the right-wing extremist, quote, revisionists who have been active since 1945. This revisionism aims to ascribe to itself a, quote, scientific status and to present itself as scientific pioneers of new findings, end quote. This revisionism label is used to distort and falsify history in a pseudo-scientific manner, methodically based on ignoring proven facts and inventing alleged facts, with the aim of renewing nationalism. In international law and international politics, revisionism refers to the effort to change borders and other regulations agreed in international treaties. States that sought to reverse a distribution of power that was disadvantageous to them were also called revisionists. The German Empire was called this in international relations after the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, and the British economist Robert Skidelsky, who's a biographer of Keynes, characterized post-Soviet Russia as, quote, as a, quote, revisionist power. Quote, revisionism also appears as a self-designation in social historic science in the 1970s and 1980s, which researched Stalinism and attempted to revise the totalitarianism thesis. From 1899 onwards, leading theoreticians and politicians of the SPD referred to the positions of their inter-party opponents, which deviated from their previous goals and have upon their implementation and gave up on their implementation as revisionism. The main representative of this movement was Edward Bernstein, who had written the practical part of the SPD's Erfurt program of 1891. He now put forward the thesis that the previous focus on class struggle and the abolition of capitalism had been overtaken by reality. Capitalism had proven to be crisis-proof and adaptable, so that the SPD could only achieve improvements for workers and a gradual equalization of living standards through social reforms within the framework of the existing mode of production. Quote, the path is everything to me, the goal is nothing to me, end quote. The most important publication organ of social democratic revisionism was the Sozialistische Monatshefte, edited by Josef Bloch. Bloch saw himself as associated with the SPD, but the magazine was independent of the party. The reformist position was rejected by the party majority, like the party left, including Rosa Luxemburg, and the Marxist center, especially Karl Kautsky. The party leadership under August Bebel declared revisionism to be a departure from the SPD's then program of the revolutionary abolition of class society. These counterpositions to revisionism were summarized as, quote, orthodox Marxism. In everyday practice, however, the majority of the SPD pursued a course that is now referred to as realpolitik. It attempted to gain recognition from the elites of the empire through compromises with the monarchy. In August 1914, it gave up its previously vehement opposition to the war within a few days in support of the Reichstag's decision to go to war almost unanimously and for the entire duration of the First World War in the form of approval of war credits. The opposition to the system was actually, quote, revised here, even if it was still maintained in theory and in program. Deviating from the original course became acceptable to the majority as a moderate, pragmatic, and realistic approach, so that sticking to the original course appeared to be an extreme, radical, unrealistic, and unmodern minority opinion. The left-wing minority viewed this departure from the pre-war course as a, quote, betrayal of the party's goals, but initially only very few opposed it in practice. The dispute between the factions within the party only increased during the war, when high war casualties, the Russian February Revolution, mass strikes, and the entry of the USA into the war had changed the domestic political situation. In 1917, the independent SPD split from the majority SPD. During the November Revolution, the left split again and the KPD was founded. This claimed to be the only political force in the German workers' movement that was not, quote, revisionist. The communists then used the term to ideologically distance themselves from the policy of the SPD government under Philipp Scheidemann and Friedrich Ebert. The CPSU, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, used the term from 1923 onwards to distance itself from all parties of the failed Second International. From around 1925 onwards, Stalin's propaganda used as a synonym for, quote, social fascism. For the Socialist Unity Party of Germany and the GDR, founded in 1949, and the Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the SED, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, which was subordinate to it, the socialist monthly magazines were considered the, quote, journalistic content of international revisionism. The accusation that the SPD was moving away from its core values was again raised by the left wing of the SPD when the party adopted the Godesberg program on the 15th of November 1959. With this revision of its goals, the party recognized the social market economy after the death of its first post-war chairman, Kurt Schumacher, and took the step from being a clientele party of the working class to being a people's party that also wanted to be electable for the middle class. Following the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in 1956, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union leader Khrushchev promised a de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. This led to a break with the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China's leader Mao Zedong described the Soviet state ideology as, quote, modern revisionism that had turned away from the original goals of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. Mao thus turned the previously valid boundary line of all social democratic and reformist approaches against the Soviet power center itself. However, they understood that their conditional turning away from Stalin as a return to the, quote, true communist goals of Lenin, who had promised democratization after the successful socialization of production relations in Russia. However, this democratization did not happen at that time. This became apparent with the invasion of Hungary by the Red Army in the same year. As a result, parts of the German New Left adopted the Chinese language. Rudi Dutschke, for example, always referred to state socialism as, quote, revisionism, although Rudi Dutschke again included the Chinese system in this criticism. For Dutschke, these, quote, actually existing, end quote, systems were neither socialism nor communism, nor are they on the way there, or a later, quote, degeneration, but rather they structurally prevented the latter, just as late Western capitalism and imperialism did. Okay, so back to the text. I wanted to look up, see if German Wikipedia had anything for history and class consciousness by Lukács. History and Class Consciousness, Studies in Marxist Dialectics, is a collection of essays by Georg Lukács, who lived from 1885 to 1971, published in 1923, and is considered a fundamental work of neo-Marxism on class consciousness. History and class consciousness had a major influence on critical theory, particularly on Theodor W. Adorno and Jürgen Habermas. The Hungarian philosopher Lukács became Deputy People's Commissar for Education in the Hungarian Soviet Republic in 1914. Lukács' essays on the organizational question, which are contained in History and Class Consciousness, reflect these experiences. The volume brings together essays on various aspects of Marxist theory and practice, in particular, what is orthodox Marxism, Rosa Luxemburg as a Marxist, class consciousness, reification and the consciousness of the proletariat, the functional change of historical materialism, legality and illegality, and critical remarks on Rosa Luxemburg's critique of the Russian Revolution, and methods on the question of organization. In particular, the longest essay in the volume, Reification and Class Consciousness of the Proletariat, is considered a groundbreaking reinterpretation of Karl Marx's theory, which Lukács presented under the influence of Max Weber. Weber had been Lukács's friend and teacher for many years while he was studying in Heidelberg and was primarily interested in neo-Kantian philosophy. Based on the chapter The Fetish Character of the Commodity and Its Secret from the first volume of Capital by Karl Marx, a theory of reification is developed. Modern capitalism, in which commodity exchange is the dominant form of human reproduction, favors an object form that abstracts from the material qualities of things and only allows quantifiable and instrumentally usable properties to be valid. This process begins with the emergence of industrially organized wage labor. As Marx had already explained, the commodity form of labor means that the relationship of individual jobs to total social labor appears as a relationship of things, of commodities on the market. This is the basic form of Marxist ideology critique, the transformation of social properties into natural properties. Through their value, commodities not only objectively mediate between individual labors, commodities also subjectively produce the illusion that value is something inherent in things. In other words, reification. Lukács links this ideology critical analysis with Max Weber's rationalization theory, which Lukács, however, only considers from the perspective of the implementation of formal rationality. Only the rationalization of the concrete work process, the abstraction from, quote, organic activity, creates the conditions for work to be broken down into quantifiable steps, for the personality of the worker to become a means to an end, and for goods to become interchangeable things. The rationalization described by Weber is thus both the prerequisite and the result, in the rationalization of law, power, art, etc., of the capitalist mode of production. Starting from the fundamental analysis of a misguided perception of things, the second part of the essay develops a comprehensive critique of modern philosophy, which from Kant to Hegel deals with the contradictions of form and substance as well as the individual and the system. The purely formal character of modern knowledge finds its clearest expression in Kant's transcendental philosophy. The awareness of the problems develops through the practical philosophies of Fichte and Schiller up to Hegel, who tried to solve this contradiction by discovering historicity. However, according to Lukács, Hegel failed in his attempt to find the subject of the action that relates form to content, and instead posited an abstract world spirit. The subject of history that can, and in Lukács' opinions will, resolve the contradictions of bourgeois thought is the proletariat. See also standpoint theory. In the third and final part of the essay, the idea is developed that the proletariat, in the proletariat's historical existence, is driven beyond immediacy towards philosophy and resolves the contradictions through the practical abolition in the revolution. The last chapter is strongly based on Hegel's philosophy of history and therefore appears questionable even to authors who share the fundamental diagnosis of reification. In particular, an internal difficulty of the work is that the contradictions can only be resolved practically, but the subject of this practice can already be determined beforehand by theory. From the 1930s onward, Lukács was self-critical of his work and after 1945 no longer considered history and class consciousness to be his actual work. Lukács rejected new editions after the Second World War and criticized a French edition of 1960 which he had not approved. Lukács tried to control the publication of the work as part of the collected works edition organized by Frank Benzeller at Luchter Verlag. In the 1960s, he followed the history of reception and repeatedly attempted to influence it in his own way. Finally, he decided to provide the new editions, including other early works, with new forewords. The new German edition was finally published in 1968 as the second volume of the Collected Works edition. Lukács published his newly written foreword in Italian in 1967. According to Rüdiger Danemann, The marginalia contained in Lukács's personal copy, which were written against this background, show that Lukács subjected his work to a new reading and proceeded in a self-critical and self-correcting manner. Back to the text. While it is true that the core member of the Frankfurt School paved the way for later productive developments in Marxist theory by critically questioning central elements of traditional Marxism, the relevancy of Adorno's and Horkheimer's thought to a reinterpretation both of Marx's critique of political economy and of the development of the capitalist mode of production should not be overstated. Perry Anderson's 1976 book, Considerations on Western Marxism, is flawed in many ways. Footnote: see my Marx Worldwide. End footnote. One second. Sorry about that. I'm seeing if there's anything. I've looked up the Perry Anderson's Considerations on Western Marxism very often. I'm not seeing any German description of it. I'm going to read the Wikipedia on Western Marxism on the German Wikipedia. Western Marxism is a term coined by Maurice Merleau-Ponty in the 1950s, but only became popular through Perry Anderson in his highly acclaimed study on Western Marxism. Anderson defines Western Marxism as a Marxist movement that emerged in the wake of the First World War and is characterized by a, quote, structural separation from practical political practice, end quote, and a, quote, fundamental, end quote, shift in Marxism's focus, quote, towards philosophy, end quote. This is linked to a geographical shift of Marxism from east to west, with the centers in Germany, France, and Italy. He counts Georg Lukács and Karl Korsch among the protagonists of Western Marxism, and their works History and Class Consciousness and Marxism and Philosophy, published in 1923. As the distance from the quote, practice of the working class, end quote, increased, the theorists of Western Marxism became closer to, quote, contemporary non-Marxist or idealist systems of thought, end quote. At the same time, there was a, quote, general backward-looking search for the intellectual ancestors of Marxism in European thought, end quote. According to Anderson, the theoretical approaches that emerged during this period are characterized by the following three features. 1, quote, clear dominance of works in the epistemological field, which essentially focused on questions of method, end quote. 2, concentration on the, quote, structures of cultural superstructure, end quote, especially on the questions of aesthetics. 3, quote, pervasive pessimism, end quote, on issues outside the cultural sphere. Stylistically, the works of the representatives of Western Marxism are characterized by a, quote, strange esotericism and convoluted language. They belong to a literature, quote, that is fundamentally alien to the world of Marx, Labriola, or Lenin. Later analyses of Western Marxism by the New Marx reading however, pointed out that Western Marxism took up essential aspects of Marxist thought that had been lost in the traditional reception of Marxism through the primary reference to the writings of Friedrich Engels, or had been flattened in a popularizing manner. Understanding of practice as action contradicts Marx's concepts of fetishism and the alienation of work. Every action remains caught up in capitalist categories as long as these have not been reflected on from the ground up and thus already overcome. Western Marxism did not define itself by turning away from practice, but rather distance itself from a concept of practice that does not include thinking and does not see itself as practice. The problematic nature of such a concept of practice revealed itself in the anti-intellectual efforts to achieve salvation through action, as propagated by both Stalinism and National Socialism, quote, socialism of action. Western Marxism has an ambiguous attitude towards Stalinism. Western Marxism has never fully accepted Stalinism, but has never really actively fought it. Outside of Stalinism, for it there were ultimately, quote, no other real fields of socialist action, end quote. A key characteristic of the representatives of Western Marxism is that after the Second World War, they were almost without exception employed at universities and held a chair in philosophy there. For then the universities became, quote, areas of retreat and exile from the political struggles in the outside world, end quote. And there's a nice little chart here. It says, first generation of classical Marxism says Marx, Engels, Labriola, Mehring, Kautsky, Plekhanov. Classical Marxism second generation, Lenin, Luxemburg, Hilferding, Bauer, Preobrazhensky, Bukharin. Western Marxism until this chart also, I should say, I didn't see this part. This is Anderson's kind of schema. Western Marxism until 1968. Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Benjamin, Horkheimer, Della Volpe, Marcuse, Lefebvre, Adorno, Sartre, Goldman, Althusser, Coletti. And the final section is New Marxism since 1968 / Trotskyism, Trotsky, Deutscher, Rozdalsky, Mandel. The historical starting point of Western Marxism is seen as the crisis of the socialist workers' movement that arose at the beginning of the First World War. The main factors are the collapse of the Second International, the split in the workers' movement, the failure of revolutions in Central and Southern Europe between 1918 and 1923, and the victory of fascism since 1922. According to Perry Anderson, the predecessor of Western Marxism was, quote, classical Marxism, while its representatives of the first generation, Labriola, Mehring, Kautsky, Plekhanov, were more concerned with, quote, completion than further development of Marx's legacy, end quote. The representatives of the second generation saw it as their main task to further develop the theory, quote, in order to grasp the further development of the productive forces and the relations of production, monopoly, capital, and imperialism, end quote. In addition, the Russian Revolution of 1905, the question of Marxist politics came onto the agenda, which was taken up primarily by Trotsky and Lenin. According to Anderson, the replacement of Western Marxism began with the unrest of May 1968 in France, which represented, quote, a decisive turning point in history, end quote. According to Anderson, in the renewed emergence of revolutionary masses outside the control of a bureaucratized party, quote, the possibility of the reunification of Marxist theory and practice of the working class emerged, end quote. Anderson sees this, quote, new Marxism, which also emerged under the impression of the suppression of the Prague Spring and the associated final discrediting of Soviet Marxism-Leninism, in the tradition of Leon Trotsky and his most important heirs, Isaac Deutscher, Roman Rozdalsky, and Ernest Mandel. In contrast to Western Marxism, Trotskyism is fundamentally, quote, internationalist. At the center of its theory are, quote, politics and economics, not philosophy, end quote. It's important to note, just as a side, that Perry Anderson, under the influence of Isaac Deutscher, would kind of constitute the right wing of international Trotskyism. And by right wing, I mean people whose position in its fundamental features was apologetic of the Stalinist order. Generally viewed Stalin, although tragic, Stalinism is tragic, is ultimately, in some sense, necessary and indeed progressive in its consequences insofar as it developed the productive forces and nationalized property and so on, which would be distinct from, I would say, like left-wing Trotskyism, which would be more oriented towards the idea in one form or another that that Stalinism was, and the system that came out of the Stalin era was either a form of bureaucratic collectivism, a non-socialist, non-capitalist order that was essentially similar to like a slave society, and then which would be like the bureaucratic collectivist thesis, people like Max Shachtman, Hal Draper, James Burnham before he abandoned socialism, Joseph Carter. That would be one wing, and then the other wing that would be Cliffite Trotskyism, which characterized the USSR and the states that came out of it as state capitalist. I think that I can't really speak on Roman Rozdalsky. I feel a little bit more skeptical about putting him into the same category as Isaac Deutscher and Ernest Mandel. But I don't know if I'm entitled to that skepticism. Back to the text. Perry Anderson's 1976 book Considerations on Western Marxism is flawed in many ways, but Anderson's critical assessment of Horkheimer and Adorno seems to point in the right direction. While Marx had moved from philosophy to politics and economic theory or the critique thereof, Western Marxism developed exactly in the opposite direction. Horkheimer and Adorno played a considerable part in this theoretical reorientation towards philosophy, in turn reversed by some of their disciples like Backhaus and Reichelt, who reoriented themselves towards a serious study of political economy and the Marxian critique of political economy. Okay, where am I? I want to read the introduction, the German Wikipedias for Backhaus and Reichelt. So I'll start with Reichelt first. Helmut Reichelt, born 1939 in Sweden, is a German economist and sociologist. Reichelt's social science roots lie in critical theory, and he is one of the central authors of the new Marx reading. His field of research is Marx's theory of value. Helmut Reichelt graduated from the Alexander von Humboldt Gymnasium in Konstanz in 1959. Reichelt first studied sociology for 3 semesters at the University of Freiburg im Breisgau, and then at the University of Frankfurt until 1968, under Theodor Adorno among others, and graduated with a degree in sociology. A long-term collaboration with Hans-Georg Backhaus began during his student years. After graduating, Reichelt worked as an assistant to the political scientist Irving Fetcher at the Institute for Social Research. I have Fetcher's Marx and Marxism on this channel. In 1970, Helmut Reichelt received his doctorate in political science with his thesis on the logical structure of the concept of capital in Karl Marx. Reichelt became a professor at the University of Frankfurt in 1971. In 1978, on the initiative of Alfred Sohn Rethel, Helmut Reichelt was appointed to the chair of sociological theory at the University of Bremen, where he taught until 2005. The chair was focused on, quote, scientific and social theory with special considerations of dialectics in the critique of political economy, end quote. Reichelt has been, with one exception, chairman of the Marx Society since its founding in February 1994. His major works include On the Logical Structure of Marx's Concept of Capital, with a foreword by Irving Fetcher, and New Reading of Marx on the Critique of Social Scientific Logic. And further publications include The Connection Between Value Theory and Economic Categories in Marx, Marx's Critique of Economic Categories, Reflections on the Problem of Validity and the Dialectical Method of Representation in Capital, which is on this channel, Marx's Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right from 2003, Some Questions and Comments on Nadia's Criticism as the Substance of Thought in Kant and Marx, Marx's Critique of Economic Categories, Reflection on the Problem of Validity and the Dialectical Method. I already said that, but that's English translation, I guess. On the Constitution of Economic Objectivity, Value, Money, and Capital from a Validity Theory Perspective in Heinrich and Bonefeld's edited volume Capital and Critique, according to the New Reading of Marx. And he edited Hegel's Outlines of the Philosophy of Right, or Natural Law and Political Science, an outline with Hegel's handwritten notes in his personal copy and oral editions. It's from 1972. With Hans-Georg Backhaus, he edited Society, Contributions to Marx's Theory, Text on the Materialist Conception of History by Ludwig Feuerbach, Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels, published in 1975. With Manfred Burr and Manfred Hahn, he published an edited volume, Theoretical Sources of Scientific Socialism, Studies on Classical English Economics, Early Socialism and Communism, and Classical Bourgeois Philosophy. And with Reinhold Zech, he edited Karl Marx, Production Forces and Relations of Production, Origin, Function, and Change of a Theorem of the Materialist Conception of History. All right. Back to the text. In the context of these developments in Marxist theory, and although Horkheimer and Adorno developed important criticisms of traditional Marxism, one considerable reservation has to be stated. They did not engage in the critique of political economy, producing anything comparable to Hilferding's Finance Kapital or Luxemburg's Accumulation des Kapitals. The critique of political economy that is at the very center of Marxist thought did not figure prominently in their theoretical work. A systematic exploration of Marx's critique as a critical social theory was only developed by some of their students, including Alfred Schmidt, especially Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt, from the late 1960s onward. I want to read the description of Finance Capital by Rudolf Hilferding. Finance Capital is a political economic work by Rudolf Hilferding, who lived from 1877 to 1941. The book was first published in 1910. Finance Capital is a, quote, study of the latest development of capitalism, end quote. For Hilferding, the development of joint stock companies and finally of monopolies was an important step beyond the capitalism of free competition and towards monopolistic capitalism. Monopolization and concentration are displacing small entrepreneurs and small investors. The increasing fusion of economy and state is leading to state monopoly capitalism. Quote, Finance Capital was influenced by Hilferding's close personal ties to Karl Kautsky and the revisionism debate. There are a number of reasons for the widespread use of Hilferding's ideas on finance capital. Hilferding's theory focuses on the striking, spectacular events on the stock exchange and the power of the banks. Hilferding analyzes the conflicts between the various capitalist industrial capital versus commercial capital, stock exchange and banking capital versus industrial capital. Hilferding analyzes a new type of capitalist phase, the rule of finance capital. Hilferding's aim was to provide a value-free analysis that is equal to orthodox economics. This, quote, integration achievement, end quote, was highlighted by Hilferding's interpreter, Piet Renera, for example, when he described the theory of finance capital as a, quote, genuine and brilliant contribution, end quote, as a, quote, necessary bridge between Marxian and non-Marxian theory, end quote. When Rudolf Hilferding released his book, Finance Capital to the public in 1910, it was immediately met with great acclaim. Lenin used the content for his work Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, and called the book a, quote, highly valuable theoretical study. Otto Bauer saw it as, quote, the work we have long been waiting for, end quote. And Karl Kautsky spoke with dignity of the, quote, fourth volume of Capital, end quote. Later interpreters largely agreed with this assessment and, like Fred Ulsner, interpreted Hilferding's Finance Capital as a, quote, significant further development of Marx's economic theory. I wanted to look up Accumulation of Capital by Luxemburg. Come on. German Wikipedia set for the accumulation of capital, a contribution to the economic explanation of imperialism by Rosa Luxemburg says, the accumulation of capital, a contribution to the economic explanation of imperialism, is an essay by Rosa Luxemburg from 1913. It was a decisive contribution to the imperialism debate in the run-up to the First World War. Rosa Luxemburg's work was first published in 1913 by the Social Democratic Vorwärts Publishing House and has been since reprinted numerous times. Luxemburg's theory is based on Karl Marx and his theory of, quote, primitive accumulation, which Marx developed in the first volume of Capital. In the third section of, quote, accumulation of capital, in particular, Luxemburg examines the processes by which pre-capitalist economic and social forms are integrated into the capitalist economic cycle. In the contemporary debate, Luxemburg thus provided an economic argument to criticize colonialism and the foreign policy crises resulting from colonial conflicts, such as the Moroccan crisis and the rearmament in pre-war Europe. Lenin took up their argument again in his 1916 work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. In response to contemporary criticism in the social democratic press, Luxemburg wrote Anti-Critique, which was not published until after her assassination. Back to the text. Oh, and I wanted to look up Hans-Georg Bachhaus, which I never did. Hans-Georg Bachhaus is a German economist and philosopher and one of the most important scientists in the field of Marx's theory of value. He began a long-term collaboration with Helmut Reichelt when he was still a student. Both are considered co-founders of the New Marx reading. Bachhaus emigrated from the GDR to the FRG in the 1950s. He studied philosophy, sociology, and political economy first in Heidelberg, then in Frankfurt am Main. In the 1960s, as a student, he studied Marx's theory of value. At that time, Bachhaus happened to find a copy of the first edition of Capital, which had mostly been neglected by Marx interpreters, in the library of Hermann Brill. He lived from 1895 to 1959. According to Bachhaus, this discovery enabled him to recognize different conceptions of Marx's theory of value and had a significant influence on how he received Marx at the time. The winter semester of 1964-65, Bachhaus gave a presentation to Theodor W. Adorno in the category of doubling and the analysis of the form of value. On this basis, he wrote his diploma thesis, which he completed in 1968. This is the basis for his best-known essay, On the Dialectic of the Form of Value, published in 1969. Bachhaus subsequently published several essays on Marx's critique of political economy, in which he self-critically developed his interpretation of Marx. He worked as a lecturer at the universities of Frankfurt am Main and Bremen and was involved in the founding of the Marx Colloquium, from which the Marx Society e.V., based in Hamburg, was founded in 1994. Bachhaus primarily researches the fetishism of capitalist relations. He examines the particular objectivity of the economic object, as well as its contradictory structure, and asks how it can be researched using non-empirical theories. In this context, Bachhaus considers Marx's analysis of the value form to be fundamental. He wants to criticize the fetishistic thinking of economists in order to demonstrate its aporias. A focus of Bachhaus's research is the Marxian concept of critique. Bachhaus deals with its meaning development and the possibility of applying Marx's critique to modern approaches such as neoclassicism or neo-Ricardianism. Bachhaus interprets Marx's value theory as a monetary value theory, which is primarily based on the value form analysis. The value form analysis serves to define the essence of money. In a negative sense, Marx's theoretical work is a critique of what Bachhaus called pre-monetary value theories. Sorry, I had to make sure I was still recording. In this way, Bachhaus contrasts Marx's value theory with the traditional Marxist interpretation and the subjective value theory of neoclassicism. According to Bachhaus, quote, value, as the result of work, is initially pre-monetary. In contrast, value can only be realized in monetary exchange value structures. Bachhaus intensively studied the first edition of Das Kapital. It is primarily on this basis that he sees the meaning of Marx's value form analysis in showing that one cannot think of a pre-monetary exchange of goods without contradiction. He emphasizes not only the close connection between value and money theory, but also the connection between value and capital theory. In the discourse on Marx's value form analysis, the interpretation of which is highly controversial, Bachhaus argues for a so-called logical reading. He admits that other interpretations are relatively plausible. However, one must read Capital and the value form analysis, quote, logically, in order to understand and solve the problems Marx faced. Bachhaus considers the traces that speak for this reading in Marx's later work to be relatively difficult to reconstruct. In the fourth part of his Materials for the Reconstruction of Marx's Value Theory, he therefore comes to the conclusion that one must only critically take up what is useful from Marx's work in order to better solve the problems. Regarding the question of how Marx's method can be reconstructed, Backhaus argues that Marx interpreters should pay attention to the manuscripts Grundrisse of 1857-58 and the so-called Urtext 1858 or Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Urtechtsheft 1859, which were only published posthumously. Since Zur Kritik, Marx has partly hidden his method and sometimes only presented results in a simplified form in his published works. Backhaus criticizes how Friedrich Engels, who lived from 1820 to 1895, and subsequently many traditional interpreters interpret Marx's method. This concerns above all the relationship between categorical development and the historical in Marx's critique of political economy. In this context, Backhaus criticizes the sometimes so-called logical historical method and the theory of simple commodity production. However, Marx himself favored the possibility of interpreting him this way. According to Jan Hoff's study, Marx Worldwide, the fact that Backhaus came across the neglected first edition of Das Kapital in the 1960s and examined it in detail was momentous. This discovery was one reason why several Marx interpreters in West Germany compared the various editions of Das Kapital with regard to how Marx conceived the theory of value or the theory of value form. Backhaus's essay on the dialectic of the value form, published in 1969, received relatively high circulation. The essay was translated into several languages. Some consider it the founding document of the new Marx reading. Backhaus's texts were also received in real socialist states. In the 1970s, Professor Vladimir Petrovich Shkredov, I have a biography of him that I got from Historical Materialism website going up on the channel, at the Lomonosov University in Moscow made Backhaus texts compulsory reading in his seminars. Like Backhaus, Shkredov also criticized the traditional interpretation that Das Kapital begins with simple commodity production. Some researchers in the GDR took up this controversy. In the English-speaking world, the Constant Sydney Research Project and the Open Marxism Project disseminated Backhaus's research results. Although Backhaus is considered an initiator of a new reading of Marx, some of its representatives criticized Backhaus's view of supposed breaks, historicizations, and popularization tendencies in Marx's work. Back to the text. Sorry, I'm looking for Alfred Schmidt now. Okay, I'm going to read the Wikipedia on Alfred Schmidt. Alfred Schmidt lived from 1931 to 2012 and was a German philosopher. He's considered a, quote, pioneer of an undogmatic emancipatory reception of Marx, end quote. Alfred Schmidt studied history as well as English and classical philology at the Goethe University in Frankfurt am Main, and later also philosophy and sociology. The student of Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno, came from a humble background. Schmidt's father was a mechanic who represented a noticeable contrast to the commercial, Horkheimer, or intellectual family background, Adorno, of his teachers. In 1960, Alfred Schmidt received his doctorate with a thesis on Marx's concept of capital. Karl Marx's concept of nature, which opened, quote, a new chapter in the reception of Marx, end quote. Translated in 18 languages, it became, quote, one of the most widely read books in the European protest movement, end quote, of the 1960s and 1970s. In 1972, Schmidt became professor of philosophy and sociology at the University of Frankfurt, succeeding Jürgen Habermas in Max Horkheimer's chair. His, quote, Thursday lectures were legendary in the 1980s and also attracted many non-specialists, end quote. In 1999, Schmidt retired, but he continued to give lectures. Schmidt's main research areas were the critical theory of the Frankfurt School, the history of materialism, the philosophy of religion, Freemasonry, Ludwig Feuerbach, and Schopenhauer. He also worked as a translator of English and French writings. Alfred Schmidt was a member of the PEN Center Germany and an honorary member of the Schopenhauer Society. He was a member of the Frankfurt Masonic Lodge zur Einigkeit. In 1989, he was awarded the Goethe Plaque of the city of Frankfurt am Main, and in 1998, the Federal Cross of Merit on ribbon. In November 2012, the Archives Center of the Johann Christian Senckenberg University Library of the Goethe University in Frankfurt am Main received his estate, including numerous correspondences, manuscripts, electronic documents from 3 surviving computers, and his extensive private library, 260 linear meters, around 8,000 books, and over 600 moving boxes. Okay. New section. The Frankfurt Institute. Sorry, that's disgusting. Quote. Jesus Christ. I sound fucking awful. I sound like the Yoda character in Spaceballs, if you've ever seen that movie. Mel Brooks, Spaceballs. Mel Brooks plays Yoda. It's funny. Funny enough. The Frankfurt Institute, quote, a material basis for Marxist research, end quote. The year 1923 was one of political turmoil in Germany. It was not only the year of the Hitler-Ludendorff putsch, the failed coup that should have led to a, quote, march on Berlin, inspired by Mussolini's March on Rome. The year had started with the occupation of the Ruhrgebiet, or Ruhrgebiet. French and Belgian troops occupied Germany's industrial heartland because Germany could not afford its Versailles Treaty reparations payments. Hyperinflation reached its peak. The nationalist, quote, Black Reichswehr attempted the Küstrin putsch. The communists joined the SPD-led governments of Thuringia and Saxony. Before these governments fell because of President Ebert's Reichsexecution. The Reichswehr invaded these states in central Germany. The communist uprising in Hamburg failed. One of the results of the KPD's political disaster was the replacement of Brandler and Thalheimer as KPD leaders in the following year. Then the left faction of Ruth Fischer and Arkady Maslow took up the party's leadership. It was also an important year for Marxist theory in Germany. It was the year that Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, as well as Korsch's Marxism and Philosophy, were published. I'm going to look up Karl Korsch, actually, in the German Wikipedia. I don't know if there's an extra entry for Marxism and Philosophy. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be one. I'm just going to read it. Fuck it. Karl Korsch was, who lived from 1886 to 1961, was a German-American philosopher, lawyer, politician, member of the state parliament and the Reichstag, minister and university professor, along with Georg Lukács, Ernst Bloch, and Antonio Gramsci. Karl Korsch is considered the most important innovator of Marxist philosophy and theory in the first half of the 20th century. Korsch was the son of a town clerk, Karl Korsch, and his wife, Teresa, née Rajkowski, both of whom were evangelical Lutheran. Karl had 5 siblings, a brother and 4 sisters. His family had managed an estate in Friedland in West Prussia for several generations. After their marriage, the couple moved to Tostedt, Harburg district, Prussia, and from there later to Meiningen in Thuringia, which had a Franconian influence, where his father worked as a bank clerk and ultimately served as bank director. In 1913, Karl Korsch married the Roman Catholic Hedwig Franziska Louisa Gagliardi, who lived from 1890 to 1982, whom Korsch had met in Jena. The marriage produced 2 daughters, Sybil, who lived from 1915 to 1996, married Escalana, called Bilchem, and Barbara Maria, who lived from 1921 to 2017. Hedda Korsch's evangelical Lutheran mother, Maria Paulina Adelheid Gagliardi, lived from 1858 to 1928, née Dom, was a daughter of the editor, writer, and translator Friedrich Wilhelm Ernst Dom, born as Elias Levi, and his wife, the women's rights activist Hedwig Dom. Hedda Korsch's Roman Catholic father, Ernesto Francesco Antonio Gagliardi, who lived from 1854 to 1933, was a journalist and editor and later worked as a writer. Karl Korsch first attended elementary school in his birthplace. After the family moved to Obermesfeld, Karl Korsch attended the Bernhardinum Gymnasium in Meiningen from 1898, where he received his school-leaving certificate in 1906. In addition to his school reading, Karl Korsch studied philosophical works, which his father had encouraged him to do. In contrast to his father, a Leibnizian, the son considered himself a Kantian at that time. From 1906 to 1909, Karl Korsch studied law, economics, and philosophy at the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich, the University of Geneva, the Friedrich Wilhelm University of Berlin, and the Saxony University of Jena. In Jena, in the summer semester of 1908, he founded the Free Student Association known as Finkenschaft or Wildenschaft, together with Julius Frankenberger. He is considered one of the leading figures within the free student movement, which opposed the corporate members and was thus free of any corporate form. This also involves student resistance to an emerging focus of studies on pure qualification for specific professions. Karl Korsch maintained close contacts with, for example, Rudolf Carnap, who's very important in philosophy of logic, Hans Reichenbach, and Karl Wittfogel. I actually have a piece on this channel about Karl Wittfogel's conception of Oriental despotism and the Asiatic mode of production, and his general works and contribution to, I guess you would say, historical sociology and indeed historical geography. Anyway, Karl Korsch worked as an editor for the Jena University newspaper, in which he represented an explicitly political line through Marxist argumentation in numerous articles. He also attended meetings in the Jena People's House. After Korsch's first state law examination, Karl Korsch completed a legal traineeship in Meiningen from 1909 to 1910. He then received his doctorate in 1910 under Heinrich Gerland at the Saxony University of Jena with a dissertation on the application of the burden of proof rules in civil proceedings and the qualified confession, becoming Dr. Juris. In January 1912, Korsch moved to London on the recommendation of the Jena University of Saxony to study law, economics, and politics, and worked as a research assistant to Maximilian Joseph Ernst Schuster, who lived from 1850 to 1924 in London. During this time, he became a member of the Socialist Fabian Society. In 1910 to 1911, Korsch did his military service in Meiningen with the 2nd Thuringian Infantry Regiment No. 32. After the outbreak of the First World War in August 1914, Korsch returned to Germany and volunteered for war. From August 1st, 1914 to December 1st, 1918, he was at the front. In August 1914, he was demoted from the officer rank of reserve lieutenant to the non-commissioned officer rank of vice sergeant after making pacifist statements. He was seriously wounded twice, awarded the Iron Cross First Class, and promoted to first lieutenant. Towards the end of the war, Korsch became increasingly radicalized and became a convinced socialist and opponent of the war. In 1918, Korsch was one of the co-founders of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council in Meiningen. In 1919, Korsch was temporarily a member of the Socialization Commission for the coal mining industry in Berlin. In June of the same year, Korsch joined the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, the USPD, and belonged to its left wing, which spoke out in favor of a merger with the Communist Party of Germany at the Party Congress in Halle in 1920. Korsch represented a Leninist line and was particularly active in propaganda for the KPD. In 1919, Korsch qualified as a professor at the law faculty in Jena. Korsch's habilitation thesis on law and legal protection in English civil proceedings, submitted in October 1919, has not been preserved, only the 2 habilitation reports. In the autumn of 1919, Korsch joined the Independent Social Democratic Party, but very quickly switched to the Communist Party of Germany. Together with his wife, Martin Luzerka, Paul Reiner, and Karl August Wittfogel, Karl Korsch was appointed as a teacher at a council school for the Jena workers in 1920. Teachers and course participants had to belong to a socialist party. See newspaper article on the right. In May 1923, Korsch took part in the Marxist Work Week, of which he can be considered its intellectual originator. That's interesting. Karl Korsch originally taught in Jena as a private lecturer. At the end of August 1923, against the will of the faculty and university administration, Korsch was appointed first as an extraordinary professor and then as a full professor of civil, procedural, and labor law from the 1st of October. From October 16th to November 12th, 1923, Korsch was Minister of State for Justice in the Thuringian government cabinet of Friedrich II, a coalition of the SPD and KPD, see also German October, until the KPD ministers preempted the Reich execution threatened by emergency decree of Reich President Friedrich Ebert by their resignation. Paul Reiner was one of his colleagues. After the military occupation of Thuringia, Korsch had to temporarily go into hiding because he had called for the formation of a proletarian 100 units. In February 1924, Korsch was elected to the Thuringian State Parliament. In July, he was elected to the Reichstag, then gave up his state parliament mandate and was re-elected in the Reichstag election in December 1924. In May 1924, he took over the role of editor of the theoretical KPD periodical Die Internationale, and in the summer of 1924 took part in the Fifth World Congress of the Comintern in Moscow. Korsch's attempt to give an inaugural lecture in Jena in May 1924 and to return to the university failed. The new state government, a coalition of the DVP, DNVP, and the Thuringian Land League, refused to allow him to exercise his teaching position, but left him with the rights and title of a full professor. In August 1925, a chamber in the second instance ruled in Korsch's favor against the state of Thuringia, which had withdrawn his professorship in 1924, so that he had to be reinstated in his rights. On the 30th of April 1926, Korsch was expelled from the KPD. In Berlin, a circle formed around Korsch, which included Bertolt Brecht, Alfred Döblin, and Susanna Leonhardt, among others, and discussed communist theory. Korsch also maintained a connection to the opposition group Smirnov within the Communist Party Soviet Union. See also Declaration of the 46. Sopronov and Smirnov were members of the Democratic Centralist grouping in the Bolshevik Party, and then later part of the left opposition. They might have been the most, with the exclusion of Gabriel Myasnikov, the Sopronov Smirnov might have been probably represent the far left, the most libertarian and grassroots component of the Bolshevik Party. I would say even further to the left of the workers' opposition. Korsch was dismissed by the Law for the Restoration of Professional Civil Service, which was passed after the National Socialists seized power in April 1933. In 1925, Korsch increasingly began to criticize the Stalinization of the Comintern and the KPD and withdrew from the editorial board of the Internationale. From autumn 1925 onwards, attempts began to unite the ultra-left opposition in the KPD, which culminated in the founding of the KPD's internal faction, Entscheide Linke, in January 1926, and the monthly magazine Kommunistische Politik in February 1926. On the 3rd of May of that year, he is expelled from the party, together with the two communists Ernst Schwarz and Heinrich Schlagewert, who had also been expelled. Korsch formed the group of international communists in the Reichstag, and in November 1926 joined the group of left communists in the Reichstag, where he worked with, among others, the also expelled MP Werner Scholem. At the international level, Korsch maintained contact with other left-wing critics of Stalinism, such as Amedeo Bordiga in Italy and Timofey Sopronov in the Soviet Union. In 1927, he was the only speaker in the Reichstag to criticize the German-Soviet trade agreement. Korsch supported the Declaration of the 700, a call from the more moderate KPD left, led to the separation from Ernst Schwarz and the discontinuation of the magazine. As a result, the Korsch group operated as a loose association of circles until 1933. Contacts were maintained with the SPD left, the Lenin League, the Communist Workers' Party of Germany, and the Red Fighters Resistance Movement, among others. The aim was to achieve more intensive cooperation between the left. There was also a close collaboration at times with a left-wing independent trade union, the German Industrial Association, for which Korsch gave lectures and courses, especially on labor law issues, and for whose newspaper Kampffront he wrote several articles. From 1931 onwards, he also wrote and discussed regularly in the magazine Der Gegner, published by Franz Jung and Harold Schulze Boysen. During these years, Korsch devoted himself to intensive theoretical studies and discussions. He discussed with Alfred Döblin, Isaac Steinberg, as well as Erich Mühsam, Augustin Souchy, and others, and was present as a guest at the Congress of the Anarcho-Syndicalists, CNT, in Madrid in 1931. In 1933, after the Nazi Party came to power, Korsch first went into hiding, then emigrated to Denmark in the autumn of that year, then to Great Britain, and finally to the USA in 1936. In exile, Karl Korsch worked with Bertolt Brecht, members of the SAPD and Council Communist groups such as the Circle around Paul Matic in the USA, and devoted himself to intensive theoretical studies, for example on Karl Marx, Mikhail Bakunin, and sociological topics. In 1935, Korsch was vilified by the German Communist Party as a, quote, Trotskyist Hitler agent, end quote. In the USA, Korsch received several teaching and research assignments and visiting professorships at universities, including Washington State College in Pullman and Tulane University in New Orleans, but many of his applications for professorship were rejected for political reasons. In 1956, Korsch began to suffer from a serious illness, decomposition of brain cells, and he had to spend the last 4 years of his life in hospitals and sanatoriums. He died in 1961. As a law professor who was rarely allowed to teach, Korsch was a social philosopher, with a committed interlude as a politician and parliamentarian. In 1923, Korsch co-founded the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt am Main. In contrast to critical theory, Korsch played a more mediating role between the scientific claim of positivism and the socialist theory and practice of materialist dialectic, according to Karl Marx. In Korsch's 1923 work, Marxism and Philosophy, which along with Georg Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, is one of the most important works of critical Marxism. Korsch applies the materialist conception of history to Marxism itself for the first time, and examines the question of why the German social democracy and the Second International had, quote, failed so badly in the 1918 revolution. Initially intended as an update of Marx's theory in the spirit of Lenin's State and Revolution, Marxism and Philosophy already contains the elements for the fundamental critique of Leninism in its second edition in 1930. In 1932, an edition of Marx's Das Kapital, edited by Karl Korsch, was published. Bertolt Brecht considered Karl Korsch his teacher in Marxism. Other important students of Karl Korsch were Kurt Mandelbaum, Kurt Brandes, Heinz Langerhans, and Erich Gerlach. Korsch's ideas played an important role in the theoretical debate of the students I can't remember what SDS stands for. It's like Socialist Students League or some shit like that. SDS in the early and mid-1960s. Since 1978, the Korsch Complete Edition has been published by Michael Buchmüller with the assistance of Götz Langkau and Jürgen Seifert at the Offizier Verlag in Hanover on behalf of the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam and the Institute of Political Science at the University of Hanover. A total of 9 volumes were published between 1980 and 2016. Okay, so thank you for that detour. Both texts, this is back to the text, Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, as well as Korsch's Marxism and Philosophy, were published in 1923. Both texts can be read against the background of a radically critical attitude towards the way Marxism had been interpreted in the period of the Second International. An important event for the historical development of, quote, Western Marxism is probably much less known in the English-speaking world, the, quote, Marxist Work Week, conference located in Thuringia Forest in spring of 1923. I'm going to read the Wikipedia for the Marxist Work Week from the German Wikipedia. The Marxist Work Week, also known as the First Marxist Work Week, was a conference that took place for 8 days starting on the 20th of May 1923 over Pentecost in Geraberg near Arnstadt in Thuringia. The venue was a train station hotel run by the communist Friedrich Henne. The participants included well-known Marxists and communists. And there's a group photo here, and I'll just name the people that are in it. Hedda Massing, Friedrich Pollack, Edward Ludwig Alexander, Konstantin Zetkin, Georg Lukács, Julian Gumpertz, Richard Zorga, Karl Alexander, Felix Weil, Karl August Wittfogel, Rose Wittfogel, Christiana Zorga, Karl Korsch, Hedda Korsch, Ketta Weil, Margareta Lissauer, Bella Fogarassi, Gertrude Alexander. In the year 1923, in Germany was marked by hyperinflation, the Hitler Putsch, and the final defeat of the workers' movement in Western Europe. This failure was the subject of the Work Week. The Work Week was the first theory seminar of the Institute for Social Research, which had previously been founded at the University of Frankfurt by decree of the Prussian Ministry of Education. on the 3rd of February 1923. The invitations and coordination were most likely carried out by Richard Zorga. The idea for this conference can probably be attributed to Karl Korsch, but Felix Weil may also have played a decisive role. Korsch took part with his wife Hedda Korsch and Richard Zorga and Christiana Zorga. Other participants were Felix Weil, who supported the event financially as a patron, his wife Ketta Weil, Karl August Wittfogel and his wife Rose, née Schlesinger, that's probably how you say it, Friedrich Pollack, Edward Ludwig Alexander, with wife Gertrude Alexander, and child Konstantin Zetkin, and Georg Lukács, Julian Gumpertz, and his future wife Hedda Massing, Margareta Lissauer, and her future husband, the Hungarian philosopher Bela Fogarazzi, and Karl Schmuckle, and the Japanese Marxist Fukumoto Kazuo. The latter also took photographs of the event. Michael Buchmiller was able to identify 19 participants with the help of 2 surviving photos. 2 people pictured could not be identified. In his memoirs, Felix Weil names other people who took part in the event, including Fritz Sternberg and Heinrich Susskind. He names 25 people who took part. The work week was planned to cover 3 topics. Edward Ludwig Alexander was to introduce the first part, on the methods of dealing with the current crisis problem. This was followed by on the question of method, which was jointly taken up by Korsch and Lukács. Third block was entitled Organizational Questions of Marxist Research, which Fogarazzi introduced. The majority of those present remained connected to the Institute for Social Research in one way or another, even after the meeting. From May 26th to the 29th, 2023, the second Marxist Working Week took place in Frankfurt under the title Unstable Conditions, organized by the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research. The program consisted of 70 events, including various workshops, lectures, and discussions. Almost 900 people took part. Back to the text. About 20 intellectuals, most of them quite young at the time, met to discuss Marxist theory and to prepare the foundation of a Marxist-oriented, quote, think tank for social science. The meeting was initiated by Felix Weil, who had planned to found and fund such an institute in the preceding year. Other notable participants were Karl Korsch, who held a talk on Marxist methodology, 2 Hungarian Marxist philosophers, Georg Lukács and Bela Fogarazzi, Korsch's and Lukács' Japanese disciple, Kazuo Fukumoto, who wrote texts for Marx's methodology and became the political leader of the Japanese Communist Party after his return to his home country, and Karl August Wittfogel and Franz Birkenau, who later worked for the Frankfurt Institute. Adorno and Horkheimer were not present during this meeting, but Friedrich Pollack was. And if you didn't know, Friedrich Pollack was like very, very, very close friends with, almost oddly close friends with Max Horkheimer. Back to the text. Oh no, I said that I didn't go anywhere. I just looked at the something. I'm still in the text. When the Institute, autonomous in its research but affiliated to the University of Frankfurt, was founded in 1924, the Austro-Marxist economic historian Karl Grünberg, editor of the Grünberg Archive journal and previously teacher of Otto Bauer and Rudolf Hilferding, became the first director. I'm going to read the Wikipedia, the German Wikipedia for Karl Grünberg. Karl Grünberg was born 1861 and died 1940 in Frankfurt am Main. and was an Austrian economist, economic historian, and sociologist. Karl Grünberg was the founding director of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research and founder of the Archive for the History of Socialism and the Workers' Movement, which is published from 1911 to 1930. Karl Grünberg was an avowed Marxist and is considered the, quote, father of Austro-Marxism. Grünberg came from a German Jewish family in Bessarabia. Grünberg took his high school diploma in 1881 in Czernowitz, Bukovina, which at the time was part of Austria-Hungary, after studying law at the University of Vienna under Karl Menger and Lorenz von Stein. Karl Grünberg took the state law examination in 1885. Karl Grünberg completed his judicial year in Vienna and received his doctorate there in 1886. Grünberg then worked as a trainee in a law firm and passed the bar examination in 1890. From 1890 to 1893, he completed a second course of study, this time in economics, in Strasbourg under Georg Friedrich Knapp and Gustav Schmoller. Karl Grünberg was baptized in a Catholic in the Schottenkirche in Vienna in 1892. From 1893 to 1897, Karl Grünberg worked as a court advocate in Vienna. Together with Stefan Bauer, Ludo Moritz Hartmann, and Emil Janto, Grünberg founded the Journal for Social and Economic History in 1893. In 1894, Karl Grünberg qualified as professor in political economy at Vienna and then taught as a private lecturer at the university there. At the same time, he continued his legal work, and from 1897 to 1899, he worked as a district judge in the judicial service. In 1900, he was appointed extraordinary professor of political economy at the University of Vienna, and in 1909, he was appointed full professor of economics. From 1905 onwards, Grünberg published the series Studies in Social, Economic, and Administrative History, which ended in 1925 after 13 publications. In 1912, he was given the chair of modern economic history despite massive resistance. After the proclamation of the Republic in 1919, he was given the chair of political economy and economic policy while the Social Democrats were in government. At the same time, Grünberg became director of the Institute for Political Science at the University of Vienna. Karl Grünberg's students included Karl Renner, Max Adler, Rudolf Hilferding, Friedrich Adler, and Otto Bauer. That was just like a list of the people associated with Austrian Marxism. In 1923, Grünberg was appointed to the chair of economic political science at the University of Frankfurt am Main, endowed by the Society for Social Research. In 1924, Grünberg was appointed the first director of the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt, founded on February 3, 1923 as the benefactor of Felix Weil's company. Under Grünberg's leadership, the Institute had close ties to the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow, and its orientation at the time was described by Hermann Korte as, quote, orthodox Marxist. Grünberg brought his archive for the history of socialism and the labor movement into the new institute. In January 1928, Grünberg suffered a severe stroke that left him unable to work, and in 1929 he resigned from the directorship of the institute. He was succeeded by Max Horkheimer. In 1931, Karl Grünberg was made an honorary member of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. Karl Grünberg was married to Hilda Ehrenzweig, who lived from 1875 to 1960, from 1900. The couple had two sons, Karl Stefan, born 1901, who fled to Uruguay, where he became involved in the Austrian immigrant organization, Austria Libre. Emil, who lived from 1905 to 1988, later called himself Emil Grünberg, became an economist like his father and taught at the University of Akron, Ohio. After they seized power, the National Socialists destroyed the Institute for Social Research and stripped Karl Grünberg of his professorial pension. However, Karl Grünberg retained his pension as a former Institute for Social Research director, as this was paid from a private foundation. Unlike his sons, Karl Grünberg, who was able to travel due to unable to travel due to a serious illness, had to remain in Germany. On the 2nd of February 1940, he was summoned to the Frankfurt Secret State Police, Gestapo, and died the same day under unclear circumstances. His wife fled to Switzerland shortly afterwards. On the 17th of October 2014, on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Goethe University, stumbling blocks were laid at Gutleutstrasse 85 in memory of Karl Grünberg and his wife Hilda. Back to the text. However, the Frankfurt Institute was not the first academic institution with a strong Marxist orientation. The Ohara Institute in Osaka, that employed many young researchers with sympathies for Marxism, had been founded in 1919. The Moscow Marx-Engels Institute dated from 1923. During the 1920s, the Frankfurt and Moscow Institutes cooperated within the project of the publication of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe Mega. The first volume of this edition, containing early Marxian writings up to 1844, was published 1927/29. However, in historical retrospective, the late Horkheimer played down the role of the Mega edition in the Institute's history. Footnote: see Max Horkheimer, Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 18. End footnote. Grünberg himself was an outspoken proponent of Marxism and socialism. According to Grünberg, the Institute's main task should consist of research on the workers' movement, but also on counter-revolutionary political movements, questions concerning social policy, and the intensive study of social history, including socialist thought. Bela Fogarazzi's letter to David Ryazanov, the director of the Marx-Engels Institute, points to the way the Frankfurt Institute was perceived by the intellectuals of the left. Quote, "The Institute is a material basis for Marxist research," end quote. The Institute was inaugurated in June 1924. Just want to read the Wikipedia for Bela Fogarazzi. Bela Fogarazzi lived from 1891 to 1959 in Budapest and was a Hungarian philosopher. Adalbert Fried's parents, Samu Fried and Eleanor Weiss, Hungarianized their name in 1902. Fogarazzi studied philosophy in Budapest and Heidelberg. In Budapest, Bela Fogarazzi was a member of the so-called Sunday Circle around the philosophers Bela Balázs and Georg Lukács, along with Karl Mannheim, Arnold Hauser, and Erwin Szabó. He was also a co-founder of the Budapest Free School of Humanities, where Lukács gave lectures. In 1918, Bela Fogarazzi joined the Hungarian Communist Party. During the time of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, Bela Fogarazzi was the head of the Department of Higher Education in the People's Commissariat for Education. After the suppression of the Republic, Bela Fogarazzi emigrated to Vienna and Berlin. In May 1923, he took part in the Marxist Work Week. Margareta Lissauer, who was also a participant, later became his wife. She died in Moscow in 1932. There, Bela Fogarazzi married Ilza Berendt Grohe, whom he knew from his time in Halle, or Sala, I don't know, as an editor of the KPD newspaper Klassenkampf. In the 1920s, he became a supporter of Stalinism. From 1930 to 1945, he was professor of philosophy in Moscow. In 1945, he went to Budapest, where he taught at the Eötvös Lorraine University. In 1953, he was appointed head of the Institute of Economics. And he died in 1959. Back to the text. The explicitly Marxist profile of the Institute's research agenda was emphasized by the employment of Polish economist Henryk Grossman, who had emigrated from his home country to Frankfurt in 1925. Grossman's formulation of a Marxist theory of capitalist accumulation, crisis, and breakdown was published as the first volume of the Institute's book series. Footnote. See Henryk Grossmann, Das Accumulations- und Zusammenbruchgesetz des kapitalistischen Systems, zugleich eine Krisentheorie. Leipzig, 1929. I'm trying to find a description for the law of accumulation. Not finding very good results in terms of there's not really any good descriptions of it. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any good descriptions of that book. Anyway, sorry about that. Grossman remained a member of the Institute until 1948. Another notable Marxist-oriented researcher at the Institute was Friedrich Pollack, who had been a friend to Horkheimer since adolescence. Pollack had finished his PhD thesis on Marx's theory of money in 1923. Footnote. See Pollack. Friedrich Pollack, zur Geldtheorie von Marx. End footnote. I'm not, I don't have anything for, this particular book, but it seems to be, when I typed in, the...
We're going to Goodwood, BJ's.
Alright, have fun. It does seem to be contained in Friedrich Pollack's Marxist Writings, Collected Writings, Volume 1, which is published by Akademie Verlag, which is published in Germany, publishes a lot of the books that are associated with critical readings of Marx. So it's got Reichelt, Bachhaus, Rozdalski. I think it has books by it might have something by Rubin, I'm not sure. But it definitely has Pollack, Johannes Agnoli, people like that, and then also a lot of anti-Deutsche kind of stuff. And there's a lot, and it also has a Intellectual Biography of Anton Pannekoek by Kaho Brendel. It said the description for this collected writings of Friedrich Pollock says, the first volume of Friedrich Pollock's collected works contains texts from the time of the Weimar Republic that deal with Marx's critique of political economy, in particular with the analysis of the form of value and the critique of money. The text, including Pollock's previously unpublished dissertation from 1923, showed that the co-founder of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research broke away from traditional worker Marxism very early on and it took a new reading of Marx's writings. His writings from this period thus clearly belong to the context in which, quote, Western Marxism emerged, which was to play such a central role in the development of critical theory. In addition to monetary theory studies, the volume also includes a polemic against the anti-Semitic sociologist Werner Sombart, a study of the Industrial Revolution in agriculture, and 4 reviews from the estate. The volume is supplemented by editorial notes and an index of persons. The works included in this piece are on the monetary theory of Karl Marx from 1923, a Marxist theory of money from 1928, Zombart's, quote, refutation, end quote, of Marxism 1926, Socialism in Agriculture 1932. And the reviews from Pollock are of Jürgen Kaczynski, Back to Marx, Anti-Critical Studies on the Theory of Marxism from 1928, Gustav Kassel, Socialism or Progress, Georg Halm, Is Socialism Economically Possible? Georg Halm, Competition, Adolf Weber, The End of Capitalism, The End of Capitalism, essays by G.A. Sokolnikova, Hans Baer, Structural Changes in the Austrian Economy After the War, a contribution to the theory of structural changes, published in 1930, Hans Wilbrandt, The German Agricultural Problem, Hans Wilbrandt, German Agriculture from a National and World Economic Perspective, presented using the supplementing work of the Committee to Investigate the Production and Sales Conditions of the German Economy by Max Zering and Paul Perry, Hans Wilbrandt, German Agricultural Policy in the Context of Internal and External Economic Policy. Back to the text. It is not easy to assess to what extent Adorno's reading of Marx was influenced by Pollock and Grossman. Adorno's biographer Stefan Müller-Döhm argues that Adorno never had a close relation to Grossman, whereas Hans-Georg Backhaus remembers Adorno referring to him as, quote, my teacher. One moment. I'm going to see if there's anything. There's some footnotes here. That's what I meant to say. Footnote 1, Stefan Müller-Döhm. Adorno, eine Biografie, published in 2003. No, it's actually appears to be translated into English. Quote, even the biographical individual is a social category, wrote Adorno. Quote, it can only be defined in a living context together with others, end quote. In his major new biography, Stefan Müller-Döhm turns this maximum back on Adorno himself and provides a rich and comprehensive account of the life and work of one of the most brilliant minds of the 20th century. This authoritative biography ranges across the whole of Adorno's life and career, from his childhood and student years to his years in emigration in the United States and his return to post-war Germany. At the same time, Müller-Döhm examines the full range of Adorno's writings on philosophy, sociology, literary theory, music theory, and cultural criticism, drawing on an array of sources from Adorno's personal correspondence with Horkheimer, Benjamin, Berg, Marcuse, Krakauer, and Mann, to interviews, notes, and both published and unpublished writings. Müller-Döhm situates Adorno's contributions in the context of his times and provides a rich and balanced appraisal of his significance in the 20th century as a whole. Müller-Döhm's clear prose succeeds in making accessible some of the most complex areas of Adorno's thought. This outstanding biography will be standard work on Adorno for years to come. Back to the text. And the other footnote says Hans-Georg Backhaus, Dialectik der Wertform unter Zuhungen zur Marxischen Ökonomie-Kritik. Look that up. Hans-Georg Backhaus's Dialectic of the Value Form, Investigations into Marx's Critique of Economics, is currently published by Akademie Verlag. And the description says, since the student movement and its attempts at an avant-garde reading of Marx, the works of Hans-Georg Backhaus are by far the best that can be read in this country. This applies in particular to this interpretation of the first 100 pages of Marx's Capital, which are generally dismissed as difficult and even occult and are mostly skipped over. The so-called, quote, value form analysis, which even old Babel claimed was something only for philosophers. Backhaus, on the other hand, shows that the philosophy in Marx, if only the problem is correctly grasped, is esoteric, and more importantly, an incitement to social criticism, an antidote to the common sense concept of criticism as it is used in, quote, critical rationalism. For example, it is about the criticism of an interpretation of Marx, quote, which until recently was one of the few undisputed components of Marxist literature, and unchallengedly structured the way in which Marx's theory of value was received. The misinterpretation of the first 3 volumes of Capital, triggered by Friedrich Engels as a theory of value and money of what he called, quote, simple commodity production. It will be shown that this fundamental error meant that Marx's theory of value had to block the understanding of Marx's theory of value. It was basically unable to understand very little, neither the cognitive intention and method of Marx's theory of value, nor the specifically Marxian formulation of such basic concepts as value and labor. And the contents of the book include, previously, the beginnings of the new reading of Marx, on the dialectic of the value form, materials for the reconstruction of Marx's theory of value, on Marx's, quote, revolutionization and, quote, critique of economics, the determination of its object as a whole of, quote, mad forms, on the problem of money as a constituent or a priori of economic objectivity, some aspects of Marx's concept of criticism in the context of his economic philosophical theory, on the critical potential of Marx's categorical analysis, on the logical misery of national economy. And, yeah. Okay, back to the text and footnote. In 1931, due to Grünberg's serious illness, Horkheimer took over the position of director. Georg Claude critically stated that under Horkheimer, the Institute basically turned away from Marxism. I'm going to look up Georg Claude. don't see anything directly. It just says that he's a sociologist. Oh shit. It said it's in an edited volume by Karl Reiter. Sorry, footnote. Georg Claude von der Arbeiterbewegung zur kritischen Theorie in Karl Reiter's edited volume Karl Marx Philosophie der Befreiung oder Theoretiker des Kapitals. I'm going to look up that book. I think I found the book, if my internet will cooperate. Okay, so Karl Marx, Philosophie der Befreiung oder Theoretiker des Kapitals zur Kritik der neuen Marx-Lektur, which translates as Philosopher of Liberation or Theorist of Capital, on the critique of the, quote, new reading of Marx, says, the expression, quote, new reading of Marx is used by its protagonist as a positive self-description. Supposedly this is the kind of reception of Marx that overcomes previous errors and inadequacies and represents today's standard of a sophisticated study of Marx. In the present volume, this claim is questioned in terms of the method and content. In the, quote, new reading of Marx, the class conflict is relativized in favor of a cross-class structural context of the automatic subject of capital. The fact that Marx's Capital contains a, quote, theory of the push against domination, end quote, according to John Holloway in his contribution, is abandoned in favor of a mere description of the conditions, which is mostly oriented towards the phenomena of the surface of circulation. Criticism is, however, only one aspect of the text published here. It is expanded and supplemented by positive definitions of the capital relationship, not least with regard to the possibility of overcoming it. Contributors include Jürgen Alban, Johann Friedrich Anders, Roland Atzmüller, Tobias Brugger, Andreas Exner, Christoph Henning, John Holloway, Georg Claude, Christoph Lieber, and Fritz Reheis, and Karl Reiter. Back to the text and footnote. In my opinion, Claude's statement is an exaggeration. However, similar to Korsch, Horkheimer was aware that Marxism had entered a period of critical crisis-ridden condition. Apparently, around 1930, Horkheimer had planned to write a book with the title Crisis of Marxism. It should have been published as a volume of the Institute's book series, but this project was never realized. Footnote. See Rolf Wiggershaus, Die Frankfurter Schule, Geschichte, Theorie, Theoretische Entwicklung, politische Bedeutung, published in Munich, 1986. I'm going to look that book up. I have read this book, actually, if you're curious, but um, um, the description of the book says, Frankfurt School. This is a label that has become common for one of the most important philosophical and social theoretical movements of the 20th century, and the astonishing, perhaps unique work and impact of such understanding left-wing intellectuals as Horkheimer, Adorno, Benjamin, Marcuse, Fromm, Habermas, Neumann, Kirchheimer, and others. Their names stand for decades of reflection on the pathologies of modernity, which still has impact today, and for the militant claim to a mature and enlightened, better world. This first comprehensive account of the Frankfurt School, hailed as a standard work on the subject and a masterpiece of scientific historiography, follows the, quote, improbable theory of this group of intellectuals. Back to the text and footnote. New section. The political views of the young Horkheimer. What about the young Horkheimer's political views and his relation to Marx and Marxism? Considering that Alfred Schmidt is right to locate the decisive step within Horkheimer's transition to Marxism in the period of his, quote, private docenture, it should be noted that Horkheimer's interest in and contact with Marxist theory can be traced back to a much earlier period of his life. Footnote. Alfred Schmidt, Einleitung die geistige Physiognomie Max Horkheimer in Max Horkheimer Notizen 1950 bis 1969 and Dämmerung. Let's look that book up. Yeah, I'm not seeing any descriptions for it. Back to the text and footnote. It is well known that both Horkheimer and Pollock were located in Munich during the November Revolution and the brief period of the Bavarian Soviet Republic of 1919. They shared sympathies with the revolutionaries but refrained from direct political involvement. Footnote. See Zwei Rosen, Max Horkheimer, published in 1995. Yeah, I'm not seeing any descriptions for this book. Yeah, back to the text and footnote. Horkheimer's early relation to Marx and Marxist theory was reconstructed by Hans Joachim Blank, a disciple of Adorno and Horkheimer. I'm not seeing any descriptions of Hans Joachim Blank. Back to the text. Footnote. Hans Joachim Blank sur Kritik, Hans Joachim Blank sur Marx Rezeption des frühen Horkheimer in Eyring-Fetcher and Alfred Schmidt's edited volume Emancipation aus Versöhnung zu Adornos Kritik der Warentausch, Gesellschaft und Perspektiven der Transformation. I'm going to look that book up. I have Eyring Fetcher's Marx and Marxism on this channel if anyone's curious. The description for this book says, let me translate it to English, says, the reception of the critical theory of society in the 1950s and 1960s brought members of the Socialist German Student Union, among them Heinz Brackemeyer, to whose teaching and research activities this volume is dedicated, into conflict with the SPD and its Godesberg program. The first part of this book shows how important this starting point was for some of the 1968ers who continued the associated political and theoretical legacy, which is still the subject of heated debate. The second part addresses the specific approach of the founders of the, quote, Frankfurt School to the categories of Marx's critique of political economy. One focuses Theodor W. Adorno's critique of, quote, identity as a universal intellectual claim to power, which has its real social model in the so-called, quote, exchange society, i.e. in the capitalist mode of production, in which the, quote, real abstraction takes place, which is not understood by the actors themselves. For Adorno, the condition for the possibility of reconciling people with their inner and outer nature is a reconciled society. Against this background, the third part of the volume presents various ideas for the transformation or reform of the existing socioeconomic conditions. It looks like people who participated in this book are Hans-Georg Backhaus, Jens Becker, Hans-Joachim Blank, Heinz Brackemeyer, Hans-Georg Kahnert, Alex Demirovich, Hans Matt Hofer, Helmut Reichelt, and Thomas Suller. Back to the text and footnote. According to this study, Horkheimer was a reader of revolutionary literature, like Bukharin's political writings, economic and political texts of Luxemburg, and declarations by Liebknecht and others. Adorno, who had been in contact with Horkheimer since the early 1920s, called Horkheimer a, quote, communist in a 1924 letter. In a footnote, see Theodor W. Adorno and Leo Löwenthal brief from July 1924. End footnote. At this time, Horkheimer devoted his energy to studying the materialist conception of history. In 1926, the Marx-Engels Archiv journal published important extracts from the German ideology. Horkheimer was eager to read and use this new material for his lectures and writings. Footnote. See the previously mentioned article by Hans-Joachim Blank, Sir Marx Reception des frühen Horkheimer. End footnote. In 1928-29, Horkheimer worked on an epistemological critique of Lenin's materialism and imperial criticism, pointing to the naive shortcomings of the, quote, reflection theory, end quote, Abbild theory, which I looked up earlier, of consciousness, a criticism that can be found in the late Adorno's negative dialectics. I'm going to see if there's a German Wikipedia for Lenin's materialism and imperial criticism. 1 second. Gotta translate this thing. Sorry. Come on, man. Computers, you know what I'm saying? Computers. Okay, so Materialism and Imperial Criticism is a polemical debate by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin with the natural philosophy of his time, which Lenin describes in the subtitle as Critical Remarks on a Reactionary Philosophy. In the preface to the first edition, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov wrote in September 1908 under his pseudonym Lenin that during the year a number of authors calling themselves, quote, Marxists had waged a veritable campaign against Marxism. Lenin cites contributions to the philosophy of Marxism, a book, with essays by V. Bazarov, A. Bogdanov, Alexander Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, I think it's Anatoly Lunacharsky, J. Berman, O. Helfand, P. Yushkevich, F. Suvorov. Also, the book Materialism and Critical Realism by Yushkevich, published in 1908. Dialectics in the Light of Modern Epistemology by Berman, published in 1908. And The Philosophical Constructions of Marxism by N. Valentinov, 1908. Lenin accuses these authors of throwing overboard the dialectical materialism of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels under the guise of introducing the latest, quote, philosophy of natural sciences, end quote. This goes so far as to openly adopt the position of fideism. In the preface to the first edition of September 1908, Lenin writes, quote, in the following notes, I have set myself the task of finding out what has stumbled upon the people who serve us such incredibly confused, twisted, and reactionary nonsense as Marxism, end quote. Lenin. In the preface to the second edition of September 2nd, 1920, Lenin calls his philosophical opponents, quote, Machists, end quote, according to the philosophical teachings of Ernst Mach. I don't know if Lenin has any kind of critical comments at this point, but some people like to draw like a distinction between like Lenin's pre and post engagement with Hegel in the during World War I as like a break in Lenin's thinking in terms of like having a I'm not really sure about like the philosophical content, but I don't know if Lenin comments on that himself in this period, which supposedly is after his supposed break. Quote, instead of an introduction, end quote, Lenin has provided a retrospective of the history of philosophy, quote, how some, quote, Marxists in 1908 and some idealists in 1710 refuted materialism, end quote. In Lenin's presentation of the philosophical controversy between materialism and idealism, Lenin goes back to George Berkeley, David Hume, Denis Diderot, and D'Alembert. Lenin reformulates the fundamental philosophical contradiction between idealism and materialism as follows, quote, materialism is the recognition of, quote, objects in themselves, end quote, or objects outside the mind. Ideas and sensations are copies of or images of these objects. The opposite direction, idealism says, objects do not exist, quote, outside the mind. They are, quote, combinations of sensations, end quote, end quote. The manuscript by Friedrich Engels, known as, quote, Dialectics of Nature, was stored for 30 years in the archives of the German Social Democratic Party and was not published in the Soviet Union until 1925. Lenin, unlike Anti-Düring and other works by Engels, did not know it and therefore could not refer to it when writing his philosophical treatise. In chapter 1, the epistemology of imperial criticism and dialectical materialism, Lenin deals with the, quote, solipsism of Mach and Avenarius, as well as his students Petzold and Villi. In Chapter 2, The Epistemology of Imperial Criticism and Dialectical Materialism, Lenin confronts Chernov and Bazarov with the views of Ludwig Feuerbach, Josef Dietzken, and Friedrich Engels, and comments on the criterion of practice in epistemology. In Chapter 3, The Epistemology of Imperial Criticism and Dialectical Materialism, Lenin seeks to define, quote, matter and, quote, experience, and deals with the questions of causality and necessity in nature, as well as, quote, freedom and necessity, end quote, and the, quote, principle of economy of thought, end quote. In Chapter 4, the philosophical idealists as comrades in arms and successors of imperial criticism, Lenin deals with the left and right criticism of Kant, with the philosophy of immanence, Bogdanov's imperial-monism, and the criticism of Hermann von Helmholtz of the, quote, theory of symbols. In Chapter 5, the newest revolution in natural science and philosophical idealism, Lenin deals with the thesis that, quote, matter has disappeared, end quote, due to the, quote, crisis of physics, end quote. In this context, Lenin speaks of a, quote, physical idealism, and states, quote, for the only, quote, property of matter to whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside of our consciousness, end quote. In Chapter 6, Imperial Criticism and Historical Materialism, Lenin discusses authors such as Bogdanov, Suvorov, Ernst Haeckel, and Ernst Mach. In addition to Chapter 4, Lenin addresses the question, quote, from which side did N.G. Chernyshevsky criticize Kantianism, end quote. According to Viktor Erofeev, Nikolai Bedyryaev, during a critical reading of the work, pointed out hundreds of inconsistencies and errors. This earned him the hatred of Lenin, who could not tolerate doubts about his philosophical mastery. The Dutch astronomer and communist Anton Pannekoek dealt primarily with materialism and imperial criticism in his book Lenin as a Philosopher, a critical consideration of the philosophical foundations of Leninism, which was published in 1938 under the pseudonym John Harper as a precaution and later translated into English, French, and Dutch. He compared quotes from Mach and Avenarius, among others, with Lenin's judgment and accused Lenin of not having understood either of their concerns at all. The Marxist philosopher Karl Korsch accused Lenin of being stuck in a rigid dualistic view of matter and spirit as a result of Russia's backwardness. In doing so, he had abandoned Marx's dialectical understanding of being and consciousness and, as a consequence, the dialectical relationship between theory and practice. Wolfhard von Boeslager saw materialism and imperial criticism primarily as a polemical pamphlet against the Russian Marxists, and Lenin therefore, quote, presented his own thoughts most only indirectly and unsystematically, end quote. Quote, it would be worth a special investigation to clarify to what extent Lenin actually thought through any philosophical ideas consistently or originally, and thus how great he was a philosopher, end quote. In his reply published in 1910, Alexander Alexandrovich Bogdanov criticized Lenin for reducing philosophy to an ideology. Quote, Bogdanov's reply shows in, quote, a short, concentrated form individual argumentative weakness of Lenin, end quote, and refutes, quote, the assumption of a Marxist theory of knowledge based on Lenin's text, end quote. Back to the text. Besides this critical assessment of Lenin's philosophical work, Horkheimer offered a lecture on Hegel and Marx during the 1928-29 semester. Horkheimer also kept himself informed about the contemporary developments in Marxist theory, from Lukács's History and Class Consciousness to the Grossman-Sternberg controversy on imperialism. Footnote. The Grossman-Sternberg debate was a critical discussion between Heinrich Grossman and the left-wing socialist Fritz Sternberg on the topics of economic crisis and imperialism during the Weimar Republic. While Grossman argued by referring to the concept of an overaccumulation, quote, breakdown crisis, and maintained that foreign trade with pre-capitalist regions is not a necessary condition for capitalist accumulation in the developed countries, Sternberg's position was much closer to Rosa Luxemburg's theses, according to which imperialist expansion was a necessity to overcoming the crisis-ridden character of capitalist accumulation that in her view was due to lack of effective demand, a crisis of underconsumption in the dominant capitalist economies. End footnote. Horkheimer's essay collection, Dämmerung, written between 1926 and 1931, suggests that Horkheimer had already occupied himself with the study of Marx's Capital, because Horkheimer refers to the concept of, quote, reserve army, and to Marx's theory of the rising organic composition of capital in the course of capitalist accumulation. The essay on the impotence of the German working class contains an interesting assessment both of social democracy and of the German Communist Party. Horkheimer argues that the German working class faces the problem of its political impotence because of its inner division between the employed and the unemployed. This social and economic division seems to be reflected on the political level. In this context, Horkheimer points to the rivalry between the reformist SPD and the revolutionary KPD. Horkheimer states that the former study suffers from the erosion of revolutionary consciousness, whereas the latter one lacks, quote, the knowledge to prepare the revolution on the practical and theoretical level, end quote. However, quote, within both parties exists a part of those forces the future of mankind depends on, end quote. Horkheimer. Horkheimer's relation to the two rival working class parties reflects a combination of sympathy and criticism. However, it is significant that Horkheimer did not deal with the emergence of political alternatives to the SPD and KPD, represented either by the smaller left-wing socialist parties like Sozialistische Arbeiterpartei Deutschland or the KPD opposition, or by even smaller groups like the Council Communist Rote Kämpfer. Footnote. See Hanno Dreschler's Die Sozialistische Arbeiterpartei Deutschlands, SAPD, ein Beitrag zur Geschichte der deutschen Arbeiterbewegung am Ende der Weimarer Republik from 1965. Let's look that up. I'm not seeing any descriptions. Yeah. Not seeing anything for it, so end footnote. Next footnote. See Theodor Bergmann's Gegen den Strom, die Geschichte der KPD-Opposition. Come on. Let's see. I don't know if I'm seeing anything for this book either. Think I might have found it. Here we are. Description. So, Theodor Bergmann's book, The History of the KPD Opposition. The book's title translates as, quote, Against the Current. The History of the KPD Opposition. And its description says, a comprehensive history of one of the most important currents within the organized labor movement, with an extensive biography of numerous KPDO organizers. The KPDO represents an alternative development option for the German communist movement in the interwar period. It made an outstanding contribution to a situation-appropriate Marxist theory and practice in the 1920s and 1930s, the first Marxist analysis of fascism and the fight against the leadership monopoly of this Communist Party Soviet Union. It campaigned for the independence of the Communist Party of Germany with critical solidarity with the Soviet Union, and strove early on for a united front against fascism. This strategy could have contributed to averting the great historic defeat of the German workers' movement in 1933, with all its terrible consequences. The new edition of this book, first published in 1987, has been significantly expanded thanks to the opening of many archives in Eastern Europe. It is now possible to trace the early struggle against Moscow's tutelage, 1922, and the contribution of the KPDO members in the GDR, and their exclusion and persecution after 1950. The KPD opposition was one of the clearest and most important alternatives to Stalinism in the world communist movement. This is by no means monolithic, but polycentric. The foresight of the Communist Party of Germany opposition, the self-sacrificing commitment of its members in the fight against fascism and war between 1933 and in the resistance after 1933, the persecution of its supporters in Hitler's Germany are worth preserving and passing on to future generations of the left. Back to the text and footnote. New footnote. See Olaf Ilau, Die Roten Kämpfer. Ein Beitrag zur Geschichte der Arbeiterbewegung in der Weimarer Republik und im, quote, Dritten Reich. Yeah, I don't think I'm seeing anything for any descriptions for this book. There is a Wikipedia for Rote Kämpfer, which says, the Red Fighters were a syndicalist council communist organization and resistance group against National Socialism. The Red Fighters was founded in 1931 or 1932. The founders included former members of the KAPD Essen branch, such as Arthur Goldstein, Bernhard Reichenbach, Alexander Schwab, and Karl Schroeder, who had meanwhile worked as interest in the SPD. Other members came from the Social Science Association, a nonpartisan Marxist educational association founded in Berlin in 1924. Other members, mainly in the Ruhr and in Saxony, came from the left wing of the SPD and the SAJ. Other members included the writer Franz Jung, the officer Harald Schulze-Boysen, and initially also the later Prime Minister of North Rhine-Westphalia, Heinz Kuhn. The group had a total of around 400 members, with a focus on Berlin, Saxony, and the Ruhr area. The Red Fighters were already active in secret before the Nazi Party seized power in January 30th, 1933. They published the bi-monthly circular, The Red Fighter, which was renamed The Worker Communist in the spring of 1936. The Red Fighters remained undetected by the Gestapo until the end of 1936 due to their strictly conspiratorial working methods. In 1936 and 1937, the group was broken up. 150 of its members were arrested and many of them were sent to concentration camps or prisons. Arthur Goldstein was murdered by the SS in French exile during the war, and Alexander Schwab died in Zwickau prison. After 1945, most of the group's former members remained in the western zones of the western sectors of Berlin. Some remained politically independent. Among them was Willy Huhn, who held leading journalistic positions for the magazines Neues Beginnen, Blätter Internationaler Sozialisten from 1947 to 1950 and 1951 to 1954, and Pro und Contra 1950 to 1954, and Funken 1951 to 59. Other former members of the Red Fighters joined the SPD. These include the later Bundestag member Erwin Lange and the later police chief of the city of Dortmund, Fritz Ravatsky. Back to the text. End footnote. It should also be noted that Horkheimer used a pseudonym for Dämmerung. In 1938, Korsch wrote in a letter to the council communist Paul Maddock that Horkheimer, quote, developed closer ties to our political standpoint, but he is not ready at all to present his views in public, end quote. This statement could be related back to the cautious attitude Horkheimer had already developed by the 1920s and early 1930s. New section. The Critique of Determinist Marxism, Part 1, Dämmerung. One of the most outstanding essays in Dämmerung is titled Skepsis and Morality. As a background, one should recall that historical determinism is a well-established feature of traditional Marxism. The Marxist orthodoxy of the SPD also left little room for the ethical component of Marxism. One of the most famous examples for this tendency is Hilferding's sentence that, quote, like its theory, also the politics of Marxism is free from value judgments, end quote. Hilferding. Horkheimer's ideas differ from these viewpoints. Horkheimer describes socialism as a better form of society. Socialism's elements of construction are present in capitalism and the tendency of capitalist development. However, socialism does not automatically, quote, follow from the economic laws of capitalism, laws which were, by the way, explained correctly by Marx in Horkheimer's view. According to Horkheimer, socialism is, quote, desirable, but because this social order does not, quote, follow from Marx's theory, one has to, quote, fight for it. Horkheimer stresses that, on the subjective level, the position of each person to socialism represents his/her degree of individual morality. When, quote, it is said that Marx and Engels did not, quote, prove socialism, not pessimism, but the commitment to practice which theory needs will follow. Marx unveiled the law of the dominant inhuman order and pointed to the levers that must be used to create a more humane one, end quote. Horkheimer, in Dawn and Decline. Later on in the text, Horkheimer points out the perspective of revolutionary practice. Quote, should socialism be improbable, it will require an all the more desperate determination to make socialism come true. What stands in its way is not the technical difficulty of its implementation, but the apparatus of domination of the ruling class. End quote. Horkheimer, Dawn and Decline. For Horkheimer, the idea of the, quote, inevitable necessity, end quote, of the development to socialism seems to be rather harmful. Quote, the illusion that the advent of the socialist order is of the same order of necessity as natural events is hardly less of a danger to correct action than his skeptical disbelief. If Marx did not prove socialism, he did show that capitalism harbors developmental tendencies which make socialism possible. Those interested in it know at what point they must attack. End quote. Horkheimer. Demerang. Horkheimer's own position can be explained as a practice-oriented alternative to the tendencies towards passivity within the, quote, revolutionary attentism, end quote, of the pre-1914 social democracy. Footnote. Quote, revolutionary attentism was a political and ideological position held by the, quote, orthodox center of the pre-1914 SPD. The term describes a passive position that claims to be revolutionary without actively initiating a revolutionary situation. This term was used and popularized by the German historian Dieter Groh. Negative integration and revolutionärer Attentismus. Die Deutsche Sozialdemokratie am Vorabend des Ersten Weltkriegs. I'm going to look this up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for this. Anyway, back to the text and footnote. Quote, the socialist order of society is not prevented by world history. It is historically possible, but the socialist order of society will not be realized by a logic that is immanent in history, but by men trained in theory and determined to make things better. Otherwise, it will not be realized at all. End quote. Horkheimer. Dawn and Decline. However, it should be noted that Horkheimer was not the only socialist in this time period who was very skeptical of the determinist view of history, and the historical optimism attached to the notion of an inevitable, quote, necessity of proletarian revolution. The left-wing socialist intellectual Walter Löwenheim, who lived from 1896 to 1977, shared a similar kind of hesitation. Look this guy up. Walter Löwenheim lived from 1896 to 1977 born in Berlin, died in London. After emigration, Walter Lowe, pseudonyms Miles, Kurt Berger, and Kurt Mentz, was a socialist politician, founder, and theoretician of the Neue Beginnen group and resistance fighter against National Socialism. Löwenheim was born the son of a Jewish merchant, Max Löwenheim, and his wife Emma née Hertz in the parental home at Neuenberg Strasse 14a, today 15, in Louisenstadt. He attended the Kaiser Wilhelm Real Gymnasium in Kochstrasse and then began a commercial apprenticeship. Löwenheim was active in the Jewish Youth League, the Wandervogel, and the Free German movement. A soldier during the First World War, Löwenheim joined the Spartacus League and the Free Socialist Youth in 1918. He was active in the KPD and KJVD in the following years. Löwenheim was temporarily a member of the leadership of the KJVD, which was the Communist Youth League of Germany, as a youth delegate. In 1927, Löwenheim left the KPD and 2 years later joined the SPD. During this time, he began to gather around himself a clandestine circle of like-minded people who criticized both the quote ultra-left line of the KPD and the quote bourgeoisification of the SPD. In 1930, this circle formed a solid but not outwardly prominent association, which was referred to internally as the Leninist Organization, or O, or most commonly Org, and whose political and theoretical head was Löwenheim. The Org, which had been working in a strictly conspiratorial manner for a long time before 1933, recruited mainly in Berlin, selectively, and without tearing them away from their previous organizations, cages from the KPD, although without any particular success here, SPD, SAJ, Communist Party Opposition, and SAPD, and grew to around 100 members by the beginning of 1933. Löwenheim's aim was to gather leadership cadres from the organizations of the labor movement with the long-time goal of building a new unified party. The cadres were trained in so-called, quote, F courses, which Löwenheim led. In 1932, Löwenheim married the milliner Czajka Baskin from Poland. After the Nazi Party came into power, Löwenheim belonged to the illegal domestic leadership and wrote under the pseudonym Miles the programmatic declaration of the Org, which was published in September 1933 by the exile publishing house of the Sopade, or the Sopada, with the title Neue Beginnen, Start Anew. Neue Beginnt, Start Anew, which from then on operated under the name of this manifesto. In 1934-35, there were controversies within the organization between parts of the domestic leadership around Löwenheim and his brother Ernst, and a current around Richard Löwenthal and Karl Frank that presented the majority of the group, which by then had around 500 members. Against the background of the stabilization of the Nazi regime, Löwenheim took the view in the eyes of his opponents that the group's resistance activities had little prospect of success, and that the majority of the cadres, apart from around 30 observers and reporters, should emigrate. In the course of this dispute, Löwenheim and his followers were removed from the organization's leadership in 1935. In return, he declared Neue Beginnen dissolved and called on his followers to join the Sopada as individual members. Löwenheim himself fled in September 1935, first to the Czech Republic and from there to London in 1936. In London, Löwenheim took the name Walter Low and founded and ran an engineering firm together with his brother. During the Second World War, Löwenheim was temporarily interned from 1940 to 1941, and after 1945 he also worked as a publicist. He continued to live in London and did not return permanently to Germany. Löwenheim's political development after the end of the war, like that of the entire Neue Beginnen network, was not taken into account by researchers until the 2010s. Like many other members of the network who exercised considerable influence in the Berlin Regional Association of the SPD, in the first 3 post-war decades in particular, he moved far to the right politically after 1945. The historian Tobias Kuhne calls the late Löwenheim a, quote, neoconservative nihilist, whose political approach is characterized by the, quote, abandonment of any remnants of thinking that could be described as socialist or left-wing, end quote. Since 1947 at least, Löwenheim rejected as, quote, fascist or, quote, totalitarian any political or social model that did not correspond to a, quote, idealized model of Western market economy, end quote. Since the 1950s, Löwenheim and some of his followers have systematically attempted to influence publications on the topic of the Neue Beginnen. In addition to factual questions of detail, Löwenheim insisted until the end that Neue Beginnen had been dissolved in 1935 and that the Löwenthal-Frank group had nothing to do with the original organization. The focus was also on the not insignificant question of the context of the Cold War, as to which of the two, quote, Neue Beginnen factions was, quote, genuinely social democratic or latently communist, end quote. Reliable biographical information about Löwenheim is still rare. The available information on his life is often based on, quote, tendentious reports from his environment. Back to the text. The Dutch socialist Henrietta Roland Holst, who lived from 1869, can also be named in the context, as can be the anarchist socialist Gustav Landauer, who might have made a strong impression on Horkheimer during the time of the Bavarian Socialist Republic. Wikipedia for Henrietta Roland Holst, the German Wikipedia says, Henrietta Roland Holst lived from 1869 to 1952 and was a Dutch poet and socialist and communist politician. From 1930, she returned to religious socialist ideas. Henrietta van Schalk was born into a wealthy family of lawyers. Her parents, Theodor Willem van der Schalk and Anna Ida van der Schalk van der Hoeven, raised her in a Christian and liberal spirit. She had already been in contact with poets such as Albert Verwij in her youth and wanted to write herself from an early age. After the accidental death of her father and sister, she met the artist Rik Roland Holst in 1892, who she married in 1896. Her first volume of poetry was titled Sonnets and Poems written in tertices, was received positively. The Roland Holst couple were interested in the ideas of socialism from an early age. In 1897, both joined the Social Democratic Workers' Party of the Netherlands, a predecessor organization of the Partij van der Arbeid. Henriette Roland Holst was also active in the party until 1909. She appeared as a speaker, gave courses, temporarily held a place on the party executive, wrote for social democratic newspapers, and supported the party financially. She was in contact with Rosa Luxemburg and Leon Trotsky, among others. In the Netherlands, she worked with Anton Pannekoek and Herman Gorter. In 1907, she gave a keynote speech on the subject of, quote, socialist education of the youth at the International Socialist Youth Conference in Stuttgart. Many of her political writings were translated, particularly into Russian. She wrote the article General Strike or Social Democracy in German in 1905. She wrote the article German Strike End Social Democracy in German in 1905. She translated the Internationale into Dutch. The politically influenced poems, which were written during this creative phase, were commented on cautiously by critics. Within the party, Henriette Roland Holst eventually belonged to the left opposition. Unlike others, she did not leave the party in 1909. It was not until 1912 that she left the party without joining another organization. It was only during the First World War that Henriette Roland Holst became politically active again and founded the, quote, Revolutionary Socialist Association. As a representative of the Netherlands, she signed the Simmervolt Manifesto in 1915. Under her leadership, the Revolutionary Socialist Association joined the Social Democratic Party in 1916. The organization called itself the Communist Party of Holland from 1918 onwards. Roland Holst was enthusiastic about the Russian Revolution and became editor-in-chief of the magazine De Communistische Gids, the Communist Guide. Henrietta Roland Holst also continued to publish poems that were less political than in previous years. Her volume, Sunken Borders, published in 1918, was influenced by mysticism. The volume was received positively by critics. In 1927, Henrietta Roland Holst left the Communist Party without distancing herself from its goals. From 1930 onward, she turned to religious socialist ideas, and in 1934 she published Between Time and Eternity. During the Second World War, she published illegal writings and spoke out against colonialism. She was a recognized literary and political figure in the last years of her life. She apparently wrote a book on Rosa Luxemburg that was published in 1937. Where the hell am I? Back to the text. Like Landauer and Holst, Horkheimer was an ethical socialist. This becomes obvious when Horkheimer describes the contemporary social structure of the capitalist society and includes striking remarks about the suffering of the exploited. Quote, at the top, the feuding tycoons of the various capitalist power constellations. Below them, the lesser magnates, the large landowners, and the entire staff of important co-workers. Below that, and in various layers, large numbers of professionals, smaller employees, and political stooges. The military and the professors, the engineers and heads of office down to the typist. And even further down, what is left of the independent small existences, craftsmen, grocers, farmers, et tutti quanti. Then the proletarian, from the most highly paid skilled workers down to the unskilled and the permanently unemployed, the poor, the aged, and the sick. End quote. Horkheimer. Dawn and Decline. But Horkheimer is well aware of the specifically international character of capitalist society, especially in its, quote, imperialist phase of development. In the layer below, quote, we encounter the actual foundation of misery on which this structure rises. For up to now, we have been talking only of the highly developed capitalist countries whose entire existence is based on the horrible exploitation apparatus at work in the partly or wholly colonial territories, i.e. in the far larger part of the world. Extended regions in the Balkans are torture chambers. The mass misery in India, China, Africa boggles the mind. Below the spaces where the coolies of the earth perish, kapieren, by the millions, the indescribable, unimaginable suffering of the animals, the animal hell in human society, would have to be depicted, the sweat, blood, despair of the animals. End quote. Horkheimer. Dawn and Decline. It might be more difficult to summarize Adorno's political position and its development during the 1920s. However, there are indicators that suggest Horkheimer was a vehement critic of the Soviet Union from a Marxist standpoint. In a text documenting a discussion between Horkheimer and Adorno pointed out in 1939 that he regarded as a necessity, quote, to achieve the better society by force in Russia, end quote. Footnote, see Max Horkheimer, Gesammeltschriften, 1985. The context of this quote suggests that Adorno thought about a socialist proletarian revolution against the Stalinist regime. Earlier, he had complained in a letter to Horkheimer about the, quote, unspeakable trial against the Trotskyists, end quote, referring to the first Moscow trial. The music theorist Heinz Klaus Metzger, who came in contact with Adorno only after the war, told me that once he asked Adorno about his opinion on the Soviet Union, and Metzger remembered Adorno's reply that one should read La Révolution trahie, which is the revolution betrayed in French. For Adorno, faithfulness to Marxism could not mean to preserve traditional Marxist theory. Faithfulness to Marxism must imply Marxism's radical development beyond the theoretical status quo. Quote, everybody says that Marxism is obsolete, erledigt. In contrast to this, we say no, Marxism is not obsolete, but it is decisive to remain faithful to Marxism. However, really being faithful to Marxism entails the further development of the dialectical process. Die Weiterbewegung des dialektischen Prozesses. End quote. New section. Critical theory, the link between 1867 and 1937. What is critical theory? In my opinion, Cornelia Hoffner points in the right direction when she describes, quote, critical theory as a, quote, Deckbegriff, a concept that, quote, covers, encompasses, and develops the theoretical succession from Kant to Hegel and from Hegel to Marx. Footnote. See Cornelia Hoffner, Das der Bahn sich Löser Annäherungen an Adornos Marx Reception in Diethard Behrens' edited volume Materialistische Theorie und Praxis zum Verhältnis von kritischer Theorie und Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, published in 2005. Again, this book is published by the Akademie Verlag. I'm going to read the description. The book translates as Materialistic Theory and Practice on the Relationship Between Critical Theory and the Critique of Political Economy. Writings of the Marx Society, Volume 2. And we've already talked about how, was it Helmut Reichelt? Who was the leader of the Marx Society? I can't remember. Anyway, critical theory claims to, this is the description, critical theory claims to be both a materialist theory of, and a critique of, critical theory claims to be a materialist theory and a critique of scientism. The authors of the Marx Society examine systematic and fragmentary issues, not least in order to shed light on the difference between the positions of Horkheimer and Adorno, which becomes apparent in the debate about Alfred Sohn Ratel's views. The question of the connection between economy and society is raised about the seemingly paradoxical relationship between morality and materialism, And for Adorno, the critique of knowledge boils down to the problem of a materialist aesthetic. In order to shed light on Adorno's understanding of the epistemological perspective on society, in contrast to Horkheimer's, his reception of classical and modern epistemes is taken up. The contents of the book include an introduction by tought Behrens, Jan Viant, the paradoxical relationship of early critical theory to moral philosophy, Hans Joachim Blank on Horkheimer's reception of Marx, tought Behrens, understanding the conditions of the internal, Cornelia Hoffner, quote, that the spell is broken, end quote, approaches to Adorno's reception of Marx, Annette Bargholtz, identity and objective contradiction, on the problem of immanent criticism in Adorno's negative dialectics, preliminary remarks at the double presentation by Cornelia Hoffner and Thomas Schweier, Cornelia Hoffner, Art is About Truth, and Thomas Schweier's Eichendorff's Feud, Adorno's Longing. Back to the text and footnote. Quote, critique in this context implies critique both of society, Gesellschaftskritik, and of consciousness, Erkenntniskritik, both rooted in Marx's critique of political economy. It was Alfred Schmidt, a disciple of Horkheimer, who stressed the, quote, double nature of Marx's concept of critique, which aims both at capitalist society and the forms of consciousness that spring from capitalist forms and relations. Footnote. See Alfred Schmidt's article Zum Erkenntnisbegriff der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie in Walter Euchner and Alfred Schmidt's edited volume Kritik der politischen Ökonomie heute, 100 Jahre Kapital, published in 1968. Let's see if I can look this up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, any descriptions of this book. It's kind of old. The precise and insightful intellectual work of many mega-related Soviet and Eastern German Marx researchers is a completely different... Why am I saying that? It's not. I'm jumping ahead. End footnote. In this context, Marx's critique of fetishism, reification, and inversion, Verkehrung, is of central importance, an importance Adorno recognized. Among Marx scholars, it is very common to refer to Marx's main theoretical project as, quote, critique of political economy, end quote. But it must not be forgotten that during 20th century traditional Marxism, this specifically, quote, critical characteristic was often ignored, like in the Soviet Union and in Eastern Germany, where Marx's project was sometimes superficially conceptualized as, quote, Marxist political economy, end quote, or even as the, quote, political economy of the working class. Footnote. The precise and insightful intellectual work of many mega-related Soviet and Eastern German Marx researchers is a completely different story, of course. End footnote. In his letter to LaSalle on the 22nd of February 1858, Marx himself pointed out, quote, "The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories, or if you like, a critical expose of the system of bourgeois economy, is at once an expose and by the same token, a critique of the system," end quote. The article, Traditional and Critical Theory of 1937, which is on this channel, including the postscript is a text of programmatic character. According to Horkheimer, theory in the traditional sense, as inaugurated by Descartes, shapes the specialized sciences in contemporary academic life and aims at sustaining the reproduction of contemporary society. This is Horkheimer's most basic definition. In contrast, critical theory conceives man as the producer of historical forms of life in their totality and aims at emancipation of man out of enslaving relations conditions. Bracket Verhältnisse, end bracket. Interestingly, Horkheimer indicates that this critical theory was obviously not developed. Sorry, did I look up? Confusing myself, sorry. Interestingly, Horkheimer indicates that this critical theory was obviously not developed by himself, but had existed, as he wrote in 1937, for 40 years. Horkheimer, Traditional and Critical Theory. This means Horkheimer locates the beginning of critical theory in 1867, the year Volume 1 of Capital was published. On the next page, Horkheimer refers directly to the critique of political economy and to the element Horkheimer regards as its core, the reversal, Umschlag, of economic concepts into its opposite, considering that, quote, just exchange develops into injustice, quote, free economy into dominance of monopoly, productive work into the stabilization of relations that erode productivity, the reproduction of life into the misery of peoples. Marx's Capital focuses on the historical development of totality. Horkheimer concludes that theoretical and practical critique of the economy, not critique of cultural decay, is the most important element of critical theory. Footnote. No footnote. It is not difficult to identify the element of crucial importance in Horkheimer's reading of Marx. The economy, at first connected to categories linked to freedom and equality, reverses in a sphere of relationships dominated by shaped by exploitation and domination. There are striking examples of similar ideas in Marx, for instance, in the Grundrisse, a text Horkheimer did not and could not know at this time. However, Horkheimer probably knew this passage from Capital, quote, "This sphere that we are deserting, within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Freedom because both buyer and seller of a commodity, say of labor power, are constrained only by their own free will. They contract as free agents, and the agreement they come to is but the form in which they give legal expression to their common will. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. On leaving this sphere of simple circulation or exchange of commodities, which furnishes the quote, free trader vulgaris with his views and ideas and with the standard by which he judges a society based on capital and wages, we think we can perceive a change in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae. He who before was the money owner now strides in front as capitalist. The possessor of labor power follows as his laborer. The one with an air of importance, smirking, intent on business, the other timid and holding back, like one who is bringing his hide to market and has nothing to expect but a hiding. End quote. Marx. One can go even deeper into the question of Horkheimer's reading of Marx's critique of political economy by referring to a text written 2 years before, titled Traditional and Critical Theory. The essay, a text written 2 years, a text written 2 years before Tradition and Critical Theory. The essay on the problem of truth was published in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, and allows us to have a look at Horkheimer's concept of Marx's dialectical presentation in Capital. Horkheimer claims that the specific nature of this dialectical presentation must correspond to the specific characteristics of its object. What Horkheimer, as a reader of Capital, has in mind is a stringent derivation within an interconnection of economic categories leading from the abstract concept of the commodity to value, to money, to capital, and its historical tendencies. However, the idea of a, quote, closed cognitive interconnection, bracket, of categories, end bracket, end quote, geschlossener Gedankenklicker, Zusammenhang, in which, quote, every thesis necessarily follows from the first premise, end quote. Jede These notwendig aus der ersten Setzung, points to a rather one-sided interpretation of Marx's dialectical presentation of economic categories. Footnote: By erster Setzung, Horkheimer means the exchange of commodities at the beginning of Capital. End footnote. Horkheimer describes Marx's method as an attempt to develop, quote, the theory as a logical presentation of quote, the theory as a logical presentation of immanent critique, end quote. Bracket, die Theorie in der geschlossenen Gestalt eines in sich notwendigen Gedankengangs, end bracket. According to Marx himself, this understanding is one-sided, at least if we take the term geschlossen, closed, seriously. Marx is aware in his text from 1858 that, quote, the dialectical presentation is right only when the dialectical presentation knows its own limits, end quote, which implies a break with the idea of a dialectical presentation of a context of logical immanence. Footnote from Karl Marx's From the Preparatory Materials. End footnote. Of course, the Horkheimer of 1935 did not know the Urtext, which should only be published a few years later, together with the Grundrisse manuscript. What exactly this sentence from the Urtext means for the dialectical presentation in Capital has been discussed numerous times by Marx researchers. Footnote. Dieter Riedel, Grenzen der dialektischen Darstellungsform in Mega-Studien, 1997. Frieder Otto Wolff, Marx's Konzept der Grenzen der dialektischen Darstellung in Jan Hoff, Alexis Petrioli, Ingo Stutzler, Frieder Otto Wolff's edited volume Das Kapital Neue Lesen, Beiträge zur radikalen Philosophie, published in 2006. We'll look that book up. Oh, come on. Damn it. This book isn't even that old. I should be able to find a... Hey, I found it. There we are. No, this isn't it. God damn it. Oh well. Can't find it. Damn it. Sorry, I thought I found it. Oh well. This is still the footnote. Dieter Wolff zum Übergang vom Geld ins Kapital in den Grundrissen im Urtext und im Kapital. Warum ist die dialektische Form der Darstellung nur richtig, wenn sie ihre Grenzen kennt. In Rolf Hecker's edited volumes Geld, Capital, Wert, Sum 150, Jahrestag der Niederschrift von Marx's ökonomischen Manuskripten 1857-58, Grundrisse der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. Published at Neue Folge 2007. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I found this one. Christ. Okay, so this is an edition of the annual volumes of the contribution to Marx Engels research, and this translation is Money, Capital, Value on the 150th anniversary of the writings of Marx's economic manuscripts in 1857-58, outlines of the critique of political economy. It's from 2007. It doesn't have a description, but it has the titles that are in it. So you have Dieter Behrens, The Beginning and the Method, Dieter Wolf, on the transition from money to capital in the Grundrisse, in the Urtext and in capital. Why is the, quote, dialectical form of representation only correct if it knows its limits, end quote. Helmut Reichelt, on the problem of the dialectical presentation of economic categories in the rough draft of Capital. Heinz Peregennings, Hermann Simon, on the overall process of capital reproduction in the context of the critical reappraisal of Marx's economic theory. Yanis Milios and Dimitris Sotiropoulos, total capital reproduction and Keynesian interpretations of Marx. Georg Stamatis, the automation of production and the, quote, end of work. Georgi Economicus, some thoughts on the law of demand and supply in labor. Classical and Marxian theory of value. Valery Tchaikovsky on the translation of Marx's concept of value into Russian. Marcelo Musto, Marx in Paris, Manuscripts and Excerpts from 1844. Amy Wendling, Capitalist Embodiment, Machines and the Transformation of Labor. Kolja Lindner, Reina Ne Va Plus, Wolfgang Port's Theory of Use Value. Emilio Gianni, The Diffusion of Marxism in Italy from 1848 to 1926. Stefan Gondler, Modernity and Capitalism, from a Eurocentrism critical perspective, current contributions from Mexico to the interpretation of Marx. Jens Grant, Feuerbach and the Questionable Nature of Interpretation. Sumio Shigeta, Terms of, quote, Capitalism in Marx. And George Stamatis, Notes to the Editors of Mega 2. One second. Okay. Back to the text. This is still a footnote. Helmut Reich hält Grenzen der dialektischen Darstellungsform oder Verabschiedung der Dialektik einige Anmerkungen zur These der Reiter Riedel. And Werner Bonefeld, Critical Theory and the Critique of Political Economy, Chapter 4. Right, end footnote. Sorry about that. That was probably really tedious to listen to, but gotta look things up. What Horkheimer claims that the specific nature of this dialectical presentation must correspond to the specific characteristic of that presentation's object. What Horkheimer, as a reader of Capital, has in mind is a stringent derivation within an interconnection of economic categories leading from the abstract concept of the commodity to value, to money, to capital and its historical tendencies. However, the idea of a, quote, closed cognitive interconnection, end quote. Wait, shit. No, I'm rereading the wrong. Oh my god. Sorry, things got crossed up here. Where I need to restart at is here. Thus, it becomes obvious that Frankfurt School, quote, critical theory owes its theoretical foundations to Marx's critique of political economy. However, Adorno and Horkheimer's engagement with Marx's works and manuscripts was limited in scope and intensity. During the 1930s, Horkheimer participated in discussions on Marx's critique of political economy. Questions were raised concerning Marx's method, his theory of value, the theory of accumulation and crisis, and regarding the tendency of the profit rate to fall. Footnote. Erich Fromm, Julian Gumpertz, Max Horkheimer, Herbert Marcuse, Franz Neumann, Friedrich Pollack, Die Marxische Methode und ihre Anwendbarkeit auf die Analyse der gegenwärtigen Krise. Seminar discussion, 1936, in Horkheimer's Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 12. End footnote. However, these discussions also illuminate the limits of Horkheimer's interpretation of Marx. Neither did Horkheimer comprehend the exact relation of the categories value and exchange value, nor was Horkheimer able to refute Engels' logico-historical interpretation of Marx's method of presentation. Additionally, Korsch mentioned in a letter Horkheimer's, quote, illusionary project, Lebenslüge, to write a definite book about dialectics. Footnote. Karl Korsch, letter to Paul Maddock on the 30th of August, 1938. Published in Jahrbuch Arbeitbewegung 2, published in 1974. Additionally, Korsch mentioned in a letter Horkheimer's, quote, illusionary project. Sorry, God, I keep rereading the same things. Additionally, Korsch mentioned in a letter Horkheimer's, quote, illusory project, Lebenslüge, to write a definite book about dialectics. Adorno's occupation with the commodity form, including Adorno's discussion with Alfred Sohn Rethel, is well known. I want to look at the German Wikipedia for Alfred Sohn Rethel. I just want to look at his theories. According to German Wikipedia, Sohn Reto lived from 1899 to 1990 in Bremen and was a German economist and social philosopher. I'm skipping all this stuff about his biography. Sohn Reto's persistent goal throughout his life was to combine Immanuel Kant's critique of knowledge with Karl Marx's critique of political economy to create a materialist theory of knowledge and critique of knowledge. Sohn Reto saw the, quote, real abstraction of commodity exchange, end quote, as the decisive condition for the acquisition of formal abstract thinking. For Sohn Reto, all of Kant's categories were inherently contained in commodity exchange: space, time, quantity, quality, substance, accident, movement, value, etc. According to Sohn Reto, formal abstract thinking, which first appeared in cultural history in the form of Ionian natural philosophy, arose from the Lydian invention of coinage. See, among others, Sohn Reto's Commodity Form and Form of Thought, 1978, and Money, the Hard Coin of the A Priori, published in 1990. The necessity of abstracting from any empirical quality in the exchange of goods mediated by coins led people to unconsciously think in formal abstract categories and forms. His epistemological conception attracted a great deal of attention from Western European intellectuals in the 1970s and 1980s. In the ancient sciences, Sohn Reto's theory is received much less than those theories following Erich A. Havelock, which see the phonetic alphabet as a key condition for the development of thought in ancient Greece. Sohn Reto's approach was, however, taken up and further developed in a differentiated form by Rudolf Wolfgang Müller in 1977 in Geld und Geist. The English ancient historian Richard Seaford has published a book entitled Money and the Early Greek Mind, in which he refers positively to Sohn Reto and Müller. The economic theory and sociological analysis of transport economies and economic rationality in the post-Mycenaean Mediterranean region by Ottmar Franz Fett in The Unthinkable Third, Pre-Socratic Beginnings of the Eurogenic Relationship to Nature, is also committed to Sohn Reto's explanatory approach. In contradiction to Thomson, Sohn Reto and Müller, Tobias Reichart, in his 2003 study of Marx's theory of antiquity, comes to the conclusion that the economy of antiquity could not exceed the limits of capitalism described by Marx. In sociological terms, he made a name for himself in industrial sociology, with his distinction between market and time economics. True to Marx's thesis that all economics results in time, he saw the time economic, quote, theorem of real subsumption, end quote, as the opposite of market economics. The time imperative is not just limited to the economy, but extends universally to all social manifestations. Subsumption in the narrower sense means the, quote, separation of the intellectual powers of the production process from manual labor, end quote. In general, subsumption stands for the, quote, development of the social productive forces of labor through the conscious organization of division of labor and cooperation, and the targeted use of science and technology under the control of capital for the production of relative surplus value, end quote. In addition, he analyzed economic and political connections, particularly in the political rise of, quote, German fascism, National Socialism. Here Sohn Reto placed particular emphasis on the distinction between the economically prosperous, quote, Bruning camp, end quote, electrical, chemical, mechanical engineering industries, large banks, and loss-making industries like steel, mining, construction, and concrete industries, with the exception of Krupp, which Sohn Reto assigned to the Harzburg Front. Only the approval of the IG Farben General Council at the beginning of December 1932 of the program of, quote, agricultural cartelization, a compromise of interests between industry and large-scale landowners, cleared the way to dictatorship. Sohn-Rethel also reports on this in one of his last interviews in the film Stumpfer Sense. Scharfer Stahl, Bauern, Industrie und Nationalsozialismus, a documentary film that reconstructs the conditions under which German fascism rose in the countryside based on the rural people's movement. In his remarks, Sohn-Rethel also took up the ideas of Eugen Schmalenbach, who in a 1928 lecture had put forward the thesis that German companies had particular problems due to rising fixed costs, which would ultimately require state intervention. Schmalenbach identified a contradiction between technical rationality and economic rationality. In Sohn-Rethel's case, a contradiction between, quote, production logic and, quote, sales logic. Sohn-Rethel concluded that in the absence of a social revolution, quote, there would be no alternative other than to continue capitalist production independently of the market, i.e. to produce products that are no longer marketable, based on purely economic needs. That is the economic definition of fascism, end quote. These theses have partly found their way into Marxist-oriented historical science. In his study Large-Scale Industry, State, and the Nazi Party, 1930 to 33, the historian Reinhard Niebuhr criticizes Sohn-Rethel for largely exaggerating the role of the MWT in the early 1930s due to his personal involvement. In his German social history, the Bielefeld social historian Hans Ehrlich Wehler counts Sohn-Rethel's interpretation of fascism among the, quote, older misinterpretations, end quote. Sohn-Rethel is rarely mentioned in more recent works on German economic history during the National Socialist era. Okay, so thank you for that. But Adorno's understanding of Marx seemed to be limited. Two, this is back to the text, at least in the view of those readers of Marx who stress the coherent interconnection of the critical analysis of economic categories within the 3 volumes of Capital. Hans Mayer complained in a letter to Horkheimer that he found a tendency in Adorno to, quote, isolate the problem of commodity fetishism out of the whole, quote, ensemble of Capital, to make it absolute, and therefore to keep restricted to volume 1 instead of progressing to the, quote, total process, end quote. Footnote, Hans Mayer and Max Horkheimer, letter, April 1939, in Horkheimer Gesammelte Schriften, volume 16. Hans Mayer lived from 1907 to 2001 and was a German literary scholar. Hans Mayer also found international recognition as a critic, writer, and musicologist. Hans Mayer came from a wealthy Jewish family. Hans Mayer's father was a businessman and art collector. Hans Mayer's parents were murdered in the Auschwitz concentration camp. Hans Mayer attended elementary school in the Schiller Gymnasium in Cologne, Ehrenfeld. Hans Mayer graduated from high school in 1924. In his youth, he was influenced by the early writings of Karl Marx and the works of Georg Lukács. Hans Mayer saw himself as a socialist and a Marxist. Mayer studied law, political science, history, and music in Cologne, Bonn, and Berlin, and received his doctorate in law in 1930 under Hans Kelsen in Cologne with a dissertation entitled The Crisis of German Political Theory and Rudolf Schmann's Conception of the State. At the same time, he joined the SPD and worked on the magazine Der Rote Kämpfer. At the end of 1931, he was one of the founding members of the SAPD, from which he was expelled a year later because of his sympathies with the Communist Party opposition. Because Hans Mayer was a Jew and a Marxist, Hans Mayer was banned from practicing his profession after the Nazis came to power in July 1933. Mayer fled to France in August and briefly served as editor-in-chief of the Neue Welt, a daily newspaper of the Communist Party opposition, Alsace. In 1934, he moved to Geneva. Here he received work as a social researcher from Hans Kelsen and Max Horkheimer. In 1935, Hans Mayer left the KPDO. During this time, Karl Jacob Burckhardt influenced his literary ideas. From 1937 to 1939, Hans Mayer was a member of the Collège de Sociologie in Paris, founded in 1937 by Georges Bataille, Michel Leiris, and Roger Caillois. There he gave a lecture on the political secret societies in German Romanticism and showed how they had anticipated National Socialist symbolism. Other exiles at the college were Walter Benjamin and Ludwig Landsberg. During his years in Geneva, Hans Mayer initially lived openly as a homosexual, but after a tightening of the law in 1942, he was repeatedly interned in prisons and lived in refugee camps until his departure in November 1945. On the occasion of his 100th birthday on the 19th of March 2007, the Schwules Museum Berlin dedicated an exhibition to him entitled Outsider, Hans Mayer. After the end of the Second World War, Hans Mayer returned to Germany in 1945. The U.S. military government appointed Hans Mayer cultural editor of the DPA's predecessor, the German news DENA, and later political editor-in-chief of Radio Frankfurt. In 1948, he went to the Soviet occupation zone with his friend Stefan Hermlin. There he spoke at the first German Writers' Congress in Berlin in 1947. After his speech there, Friedrich Wolff moderated him with the words, quote, "I believe the applause proves that even a short presentation with thesis and antithesis can trigger strong approval and inner excitement. We have very different possibilities in the way in which Dr. Hans Mayer structured and presented his presentation to create a mentally crystal clear formulation and intensification framing of the problem," end quote. In March 1949, Hans Mayer gave the keynote speech at the German National Theater in Weimar on the occasion of Goethe's 200th birthday. In Leipzig, Hans Mayer accepted a professorship in literary studies and became an influential critic of modern German literature. Unlike most GDR citizens, Hans Mayer was able to move between East and West German worlds. In the East, Hans Mayer made an impact through his lectures and discussion groups, and in West Germany he became a welcome guest at the meetings of Group 47. During this time, Hans Mayer was also in contact with Bertolt Brecht. From 1956 onward, Hans Mayer's relationship with the rulers of the GDR was characterized by increasing friction. In 1963, Mayer did not return to the GDR after a visit to a publishing house in Tübingen. Between 1964 and 1967, he hosted the radio and television program The Literary Coffee House together with the literary critic Marcel Reich-Ranitzky. In 1965, Hans Mayer was appointed to a newly established chair for German literature at the Technical University of Hanover. Hans Mayer held this position until his retirement in 1973. Mayer retired early in protest because the Lower Saxony Ministry of Culture decided against his proposal, which was supported by the faculty in the Senate, to appoint Fritz J. Raditz as professor for modern and contemporary literature. Afterwards, Mayer lived as an honorary professor in Tübingen. In old age, Hans Mayer's eyesight failed him. Since he was still able to dictate his text, he was nevertheless able to continue working as a journalist for a long time. Hans Mayer died 2 months after his 94th birthday in Tübingen, after he had prescribed to himself with the sentence, quote, "It is enough," end quote, that he would stop living by not taking in any food or liquid, according to his student Fritz J. Raditz. His grave is in the Dorotheenstadt Cemetery in Berlin. Hans Mayer's work comprises more than 40 volumes. In his research into literary history, Mayer has dealt with, among others, Georg Büchner, Thomas Mann, Bertolt Brecht, Montaigne, Robert Musil, James Joyce, Uwe Johnson, Günter Grass, Hans Henry Jahn. In 1935, on exile, Hans Mayer began preparatory work for his major work on Georg Büchner. The work was later recognized by the University of Leipzig as his habilitation thesis. In 1962, he published the collection of essays on German literature of the time. In 1986, Hans Mayer followed this volume with the book The Unhappy Consciousness, on the history of German literature from Lessing to Heine. In 1982, Mayer published his two-volume memoirs under the title A German on Revocation. The study Outsiders, published in 1975, is considered by some to be his main work. In this volume, Hans Mayer deals with the literary representation of three groups that have been discriminated against in history: women, male homosexuals, and Jews. The Tower of Babel from 1991 is an obituary for the GDR. The key sentence is often seen as, quote, a bad end does not disprove a possibly good beginning, end quote. For him, the GDR had long been the better of the two German states. His last book is Memoirs of Willy Brandt from 2001. When appreciating Mayer's work, the following points are often highlighted. In the midst of Stalinism, he defended authors such as Kafka, Proust, James Joyce, and Ernst Bloch. In his lectures, it was important to him to continually examine literature to see whether it was suitable for promoting humanity. His special attention to the disobedient and outsiders is particularly highlighted. Mayer was an important supporter of many young authors such as Uwe Johnson. Hans Mayer is an honorary citizen of the city of Leipzig, honorary doctor of the universities in Brussels, Wisconsin, and Leipzig, honorary professor of the University of Peking, winner of the National Prize of the GDR, and the Grand Cross of Merit with Star and Sash for the Federal Republic of Germany. At a reception for former Tübingen Jews in the town hall, Professor Hans Mayer received the Citizens Medal of the City of Tübingen in 1987. Hans Mayer was honored with the German Critics' Prize in 1965 and the Ernst Bloch Prize in 1988. In 1990, he received the Austrian Decoration of Honor for Science and Art. He was a member of the Berlin Academy of Arts and an honorary member of the Saxony Academy of Arts. On the 4th of December 2002, Hans Mayer Weg was dedicated to him in Hanover in the Welfengarten behind the university. In Cologne on the 28th of May 2009, on the initiative of Thomas Gedon, district board member of the Association of German Writers, Cologne District, the extension of the Alphons Silbermann Weg in the campus area of the University of Cologne between Zulpecher and Luxemburger Strasse was named Hans Mayer Weg, after Walter Benjamin, who was also with him at the Collège de Sociologie and alongside Reinhard Baumgart. Hans Mayer is one of the most important literary critics of the 20th century, who approached literature from an analytical perspective. Unlike Benjamin, who also distinguished himself as a literary theorist of rank, Mayer was a critic oriented towards literary history. In June 2018, the Hans Mayer Society was founded. Its aim is to bring the literary, cultural, and political thinker Hans Mayer back into contemporary consciousness and thinking. Back to the text. In the 1970s, Hans-Georg Bachhaus stated that Adorno and Horkheimer had, quote, reflected the foundation of critical theory within the labor theory of value, only in a methodologically insufficient way, end quote. Bachhaus accused his teachers of having neglected Marx's value form analysis. Bachhaus continues, quote, despite the basic concepts of Marx's theory of value, are conceived by Adorno and Horkheimer as transcending value theory as an economic subject, they invested surprisingly little effort and precision into the interpretation of those concepts that were fundamental to, quote, Frankfurt, sociology and philosophy, end quote. Even Dirk Braunstein, who attempts to reconstruct, quote, Adorno's critique of political economy, has to admit that Adorno, quote, very often lagged behind Marx's economic knowledge, end quote. Footnote, see Dirk Braunstein, Adorno's Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. That was originally translated and published with Haymarket Books. I'm going to read the description of that book. Dirk Braunstein, Adorno's Critique of Political Economy. To this day, it is widely believed that the recourse to Marx, and especially to Marx's critique of political economy, in Adorno's work represents a relic from stages of his theoretical development that were soon overcome. Using relevant, largely previously unpublished text documents, the author refutes this thesis and shows that the heart of Adorno's critical theory of society is not only a critique of political economy, but of economics in general. The contents of the book are Part 1, the most important Marxist publication on Hegel, universal category of all social existence, the reflection form of false objectivity, my rickety luxury hotel. Next chapter, against interior and the sociology of interiority, with the headings, reality merely as a commodity, the historical figure of the commodity, to speed up the completion, masochism, passage orthodoxy, such a puzzle. Next chapter. The knowledge of that first chapter. Headings. Before the music has become incomprehensible, broken out of all functions, the pure use value, gaps in mediation. Part 2. New chapter. The concept of state capitalism, with the headings, the situation in our Soviet Republic, only more administrative problems, the last thing that bourgeois society has to offer, a reversal of Kafka. Next chapter. A national economic theory hatched. Chapter. Headings. What has become of the proletariat? Now they are united. Tip. As in the myth. Next chapter. Humanity has had to endure terrible things. A temporary proof, with the headings, a temporary proof, the magic scheme of rational exchange, ruled by the equivalent, no shepherd. The authors have not mastered this dilemma. New section, garbage. New chapter, garbage. Headings, no gap, no happiness without fetishism, the deception of talking to each other. New chapter, the curse of writing today. Headings, everything is very simple. The quite interesting criticism by H&A. New section. Heading. Strictly Leninist Manifesto. Part 3. New chapter. Has he read Marx? Headings. Priority of economy or society. Ultima Philosophia. New chapter. Eating and being eaten. Headings. The moment. A being for others. The usefulness of a thing. Metabolism. Total mediation. New chapter, point of difference. Headings. A gap, the truth of enlargement, that surplus value is still appropriated, the power of abstraction. New chapter, something is missing. Headings. That it would actually always have been possible. With their bloody hands, the paradise. Everyone must get out of their place. This alone transcended exchange. This core. And then a final chapter titled Raison d'etre. Okay. Back to the text. End footnote. Let us continue with another element of Horkheimer's 1937 essay, the relationship between the critical theorist and the proletariat. The social situation of the proletariat constitutes no guarantee for a, quote, correct conscience. Horkheimer reflects the social differentiations within this multi-layered class. Personal and class interests may fall apart in many proletarians. The theoretical practice of the critical theorist, quote, belongs to the development of the proletariat. Horkheimer continues, but the critical theorist should never give up a critical distance. So he, quote, thinks for, end quote, the oppressed, bracket, unterdrückte Menschheit für die denkt, end bracket. However, the critical theorist's thought can, at times, be in contrast to the assumptions that dominate the proletarian's views. The relationship between the critical theorist and the proletarian masses represents a complicated, mediated connection, like a bond that sometimes is endangered to break. However, both types, the proletarians and the critical theorist, are needed in the socialist struggle for emancipation. The separating elements of this relation have nothing to do with the, quote, class origin of the individual critical theorist, Horkheimer emphasizes. They reflect, instead, the complex social differentiation within the proletariat itself that can lead to the integration of considerable parts of the proletariat into the bourgeois social order. At this point, one could remember Horkheimer's earlier text, Die Ohnmacht der deutschen Arbeiterklasse. At the end of his essay, Horkheimer makes another remarkable point. Horkheimer constructs a community, bracket Gemeinschaft, end bracket, of critical theorists, striving for the radical transformation of society, tied together by quote, uniting recognition, end quote. Verbindende Erkenntnis, end bracket, and the bond of a, quote, strictest possible reception of critical theory, end quote, as the condition for the historical success of this transformation. Before the revolution, bracket, vor dem allgemeinen historischen Umschlag, end bracket, truth can be in the hands of a small number of thinkers. But, quote, history teaches, end quote, Horkheimer continues, quote, that such ostracized yet obstinate groups, even neglected by the oppositional parts of society, can become the leading force, bracket, zur Spitze werden, end bracket, in the decisive moment due to their deeper insight, end quote. Horkheimer, Traditional and Critical Theory. It is likely that Horkheimer uses rather cryptic language to reaffirm the Bolshevik model of revolution, basing him on a, quote, avant-gardist, end quote, or even, quote, Sophocratic, end quote, theory of revolution. The party, however, seems to be substituted by the community of critical theorists. In my opinion, this conception of Horkheimer's has to be viewed critically. As Adorno's disciple, Kroll, see below, would observe, neither Marx nor the Marxists have solved the problem of the conditions of constitution, bracket, Constitutionsbedingungen, and bracket, of revolutionary consciousness. They could not, therefore, convincingly formulate a mediation between the inner dynamic of the accumulation process of capital and the subjective preconditions for a revolutionary situation. Horkheimer, too, cannot provide an answer. Instead, Horkheimer formulates an avant-gardist conception of a hierarchical relationship between conductors, the critical theorists, and the conducted, the proletariat. I want to read the Wikipedia on Hans-Jürgen Kroll. Hans-Jürgen Kroll lived from 1943 to 1970 and was a student activist of the 1968 movement, a well-known member of the Socialist German Student Union, SDS, and a student of Theodor W. Adorno. Hans-Jürgen Kroll came from a lower middle-class background. His parents, Rudolf Kroll and Erna Kroll, née Schulze, were both commercial employees. As a child, he lost an eye in a bombing raid. Kroll says he was a member of the Ludendorff-Bund. At the beginning of his studies of philosophy, German, mathematics, and history at the University of Göttingen, Kroll joined the Landsmannschaft Verdensia in the Coburger Convent. In 1961, he became a member of the CDU and was a, quote, zealous founding member of the Junge Union, end quote, in Alfeld. In 1961-62, Kroll belonged to the German Monarchist League, a group founded by the later MPD multifunctionary Hans Michael Fiedler, and was briefly the editor-in-chief of the magazine Mises, Blätter für Politik, Kultur und die Pflege des monarchistischen Gedankenguts. Kroll joined the Socialist German Student Union as early as 1964, and in 1965 he began his dissertation under Adorno on the natural laws of the capitalist movement in Marx. Kroll was the only student and colleague that Adorno accepted as an equal discussion partner, because Kroll had an excellent memory, a quick grasp of things, was highly educated and eloquent. The break with Adorno as a father figure came after 4 years, because of an occupation of the Institute for Social Research on the 7th of January 1969, Adorno and his colleagues ordered the police to evacuate it. In the consequent trial against Kroll on the 18th, 1969, Adorno was called as a witness, but the fundamental debate with the most important theorists of critical theory that Kroll had hoped for did not take place. Kroll's popularity became the involuntary reason for the beginning of the second wave of the German women's movement on the 13th of September 1968 at an SDS delegate conference in Frankfurt. After Helga Zander's unannounced speech on the liberation of women threatened to be drowned out without discussion, Berlin resident Sigrid Ruger came to her aid by shouting to Kroll in front of the assembled audience, "Comrade Kroll, you are objectively a counter-revolutionary and an agent of the class enemy as well." To reinforce her criticism, she threw a tomato at Kroll. On the 16th of October 1969, a trial began in Frankfurt against Kroll and Günther Ament, both members of the SDS Federal Executive Board, and against Karl Dietrich Wolff, who the court considered to be a leading figure in the SDS. The background to the charges was an unauthorized demonstration against the awarding of the Peace Prize of the German book trade to the Senegalese president Senghor, which had taken place on the 22nd of September 1968. At that time, numerous other proceedings against the defendants were already pending. On the 24th of December 1969, 3 defendants were found guilty of, quote, insurrection and breach of the peace as ringleaders, end quote, and each sentenced to 1 year and 9 months in prison. However, they did not have to serve their prison sentences because Kroll's appeal was granted. Late in the evening of February 13th, 1970, Hans-Jürgen Kroll died at the age of 27 in a car accident on an icy road on the B252 near Wrexham. Krall was buried in the Ricklingen Municipal Cemetery in Hanover, Oberricklingen. His sudden death also gave the SDS members, who were now hopelessly divided, the final impetus to dissolve their umbrella organization. After an informal agreement had already been reached during his funeral, the official end followed on March 21st, 1970 in Frankfurt. In August 2005, Krall's grave, which had already been leveled, was due for reoccupation because there were no relatives left alive who could take care of its preservation. Hanover's then mayor Herbert Schmalstieg, SPD, agreed to secure Krall's grave and to contribute to the cost. A group of friends collected money for the grave maintenance and erected a gravestone designed by Uwe Spiekermann on the 27th of June 2007. The speaker at the unveiling of the Krall Memorial in Hanover was Adorno biographer Detlef Clausen. I have a piece by Detlef Clausen on this channel. He had already given the memorial speech at Krall's funeral. In spring 2007, the construction of the Hans-Jürgen Krall Archive began within the framework of the Denkart e.V. Association. The city of Frankfurt provided startup funding for 2007. And then there's a list of quotes from Krall. Quote, in Krall, that's where the wolves live, end quote. Theodor Adorno, quote, he was the smartest of us all. Rudi Dutschke. Quote, the most intelligent and consistent head of the student leaders. Karl-Heinz Burrer. And the works of Krall include selected works, essays, fragments, excerpts, published in 1970, Constitution and Class Struggle and the Historical Dialectic of Bourgeois Emancipation and Proletarian Revolution, writing speeches and drafts from the years 1966 to 1970, Experience of Consciousness, comments on Hegel's Introduction to the Phenomenology of Spirit, and excursions into the materialist theory of knowledge, published in 1979, and on the end of abstract labor, the abolition of meaningless labor is inherent in the transcendentality of capital and is founded in the secularization of philosophy, edited and introduced by Walter Neumann, published in 1984. Back to the text. In the year of publication of Horkheimer's essay, he was also involved in intensive discussions on economic theory and the developments of contemporary capitalism. Together with Grossmann, Gumpertz, and Wittfogel, Horkheimer debated questions of monopoly capital, imperialism, and methodological aspects of capital, Marx's capital. According to Horkheimer, monopoly capitalism should be understood as a concrete historical phenomenon located on another level than the quote, core structure, bracket, Kernstruktur, and bracket, of capitalism that was exposed by Marx in Capital. Unfortunately, Adorno did not participate in this debate. The discussion at the Institute on the most recent developments of capitalism and its relation to the state was continued in the years to come, to a large extent inspired by Pollock. This was reflected, for example, by a text of Horkheimer that we will look at now. Footnote. See Eva Maria Sieger, Antisemitismus und Gesellschaftstheorie der Frankfurt-Schule im amerikanischen Exil, published in 2009. Okay, so that book, I think I might have something by Eva Maria Siga on this channel. I think she was part of the Critical Theories of Anti-Semitism website, with like Werner Bonafelt, Moishe Bestone, and so on. Anti-Semitism and Social Theory of the Frankfurt School in American Exile is what the book translates as. While Horkheimer and Adorno were writing the Dialectic of Enlightenment, they began preliminary work on a major empirical project that has now been forgotten. As early as 1944, the Institute for Social Research, in close collaboration with the Jewish Labor Committee, investigated the effects of the World War and the genocide of the Jews of Europe on American anti-Semitism. This confrontation with the society of their exile prompted the protagonists of critical theory to make fundamental changes to their theory formation. Siga's book uncovers the, quote, missing link between the dialectic of enlightenment and the authoritarian personality. It reconstructs the exile work of the Frankfurt School not only in the academic, but also in the political field, and shows the extent to which the, quote, American experience, end quote, was productively reflected in their works. Back to the text and footnote. New section. The Critique of Determinist Marxism, Part 2. Quote, authoritarian state. Although it was already mentioned that Horkheimer did not produce anything comparable to Hilferding's finance capital, Horkheimer indeed devoted serious study to the recent trends of capitalist development. In this context, we can have a look at a rather short text written in the early 1940s, which is interesting insofar as it constitutes another critical assessment of determinist Marxism. According to Horkheimer, the most recent phase of capitalism is shaped by the dominance of great trusts that gain independence from banks. The, quote, Dorado of bourgeois existence. The sphere of circulation is losing importance. This argument had already been made by Horkheimer in The Jews in Europe. In its stead, Horkheimer contends that the state has become increasingly important as an economic category. He regards this new period as a capitalist system that has successfully transcended the, quote, market economy. The modern and repressive, quote, authoritarian state forms the decisive element of, quote, state capitalism. Surplus value is created by exploitation of workers under state capitalism, but profit is still appropriated by the class of industrialists. This, quote, state capitalist form is different from the social formation Horkheimer calls, quote, integral etatism, though Horkheimer also sees some similarities. It is obvious in this context that Horkheimer has the Soviet Union in mind. Private capitalism is abolished, but the immediate producers remain wage laborers, exploited proletarians. The factory regime has spread over society as a whole. This form of bureaucratic dominance is repressive but unstable, because the existence of this bureaucracy forms an obstacle to economic productivity. Horkheimer's analysis of both, quote, state capitalism and, quote, state socialism, another term he uses for, quote, integral etatism, serves as the background for another critical commentary on the determinist conception of history. On this point, the text, Authoritarian State, is a continuation not only of The Jews in Europe, but also the Dämmerung, or Dawn and Decline. A central aspect of traditional Marxism is criticized once again. Footnote: Authoritarian State was published in English in Telos in 1973. The Jews in Europe is available in Douglas Kellner, Eric Bronner's edited volume Critical Theory and Society, a Reader. I'm looking up authoritarian state. Telos usually has like pretty decent abstracts of works that were published in their journal. The abstract says, the historical predictions on the fate of bourgeois society have been confirmed. In the system of the free market economy which pushed men to labor-saving discoveries and finally subsumed them in global mathematical formula, its specific offspring machines have become means of destruction not merely in the literal sense. They have made not work but the workers superfluous. The bourgeoisie has been decimated and the majority of members have lost their independence, where they have not been thrown into the ranks of the proletariat, and more commonly into the masses of unemployed. They have become dependents of big concerns of the state. The El Dorado of bourgeois existence, the sphere of circulation, is being liquidated. Back to the text and footnote. Horkheimer calls the assumption that history develops according to a, quote, fixed law, a, quote, metaphysical error. This criticism is directed at the schematic fatalism of both Hegel and Marx. The deterministic conception of history differs both from the revolutionary's viewpoint and from the perspective of critical theory. From the standpoint of the revolutionary, social development is always, quote, mature enough for significant change. The standpoint of critical theory must be the confrontation of history with the possibilities concretely visible in historical development. New section. Post-World War II political positions and the New Left critique of the Frankfurt School. The relation of the New Left, especially the West German New Left, to Adorno and Horkheimer has been discussed before. Footnote. See Ingrid Gleicher-Holtei's Kritische Theorie und Neue Linke in Ingrid Gleicher-Holtei's book 1968 Vom Ereignis zum Mythos. My assessment of this relation differs from Gleicher-Holtei's. I'm going to look this up. One second. All right, let's see. The book translates as 1968 from Event to Myth. And it's edited by Ingrid Gleicher-Holtei. 1968 as a, quote, global emergency, end quote. This is precisely the aspect of the volume edited by Ingrid Gleicher-Holtei is devoted to. International experts from philosophy, history, and political science examine the protest movements that culminated in Western industrial societies at the end of the 1960s. How did this come about? What ideological family similarities linked rebellious students in Germany, Italy, the USA, and elsewhere? What the hell? Sorry, I'm trying to fucking... Sorry, 1 second. And last but not least, what role did the media play in the genesis and staging of the, quote, 1968 myth? It looks like the contents include prologue by the editor, Ingrid Gilher Holtei, May 68 in France, Pavel A. Richter, the extra-parliamentary opposition in the Federal Republic of Germany, 1966 to 1968, Todd Gitlin, the double self-image of the American student movement, Jan Kurtz, the Italian student movement, 1966 to 1968, Marica Tolomelli, 1968, forms of interaction between the student and labor movements in Italy and the Federal Republic, Michel Zancarini Fornell, from May 68 to the 68s, A History of Forgotten Places, Dieter Rucht, The Events of 1968 as a Social Movement, Methodological Considerations and Some Empirical Findings, by Donatella Della Porta, 1968, International Diffusion and Transnational Structures, a Research Agenda, by Richard Flax, The Philosophical and Political Origins of the American New Left, by Ingrid Gilher Holtei, Ingrid Gilher Holtei, Critical Theory in the New Left, Michael A. Schmidtka, Reform or Revolt or Revolution, The Socialist German Student Union and the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, 1960 to 1970, Jakob Tanner's, quote, The Times They Are Changin', on the Subcultural Dynamics of the 68 Movements, Wolfgang Matthias Wiederschick, Theater is, quote, Action, Ingeborg Willinger, quote, Imagine if we had won, end quote, The Symbolism of the 1968 Movement and Its Consequences, Christina Schultz, Power and Myth of 1968, on the significance of the 1968 protest movement for the formation of the new women's movement in France and Germany, Michael Vive Fiorca, 1968 and Terrorism, Gerard Dupuy, I don't know if I'm saying that right, May 1968 and the, quote, Liberation Project, Karl-Heinz Burer, 1968, Imagination and Power, question mark, Student Movement, Walter Benjamin, Surrealism, and Robert Frank, 1968, A Myth, Questions about Imagination and Memory. Back to the text and footnote. The critique should be interpreted against the background of strong similarities between critical theory and New Left Marxism. There is little doubt about the strong influence of critical theory on the understanding of Marxism among New Left theorists. This concerns, among other objects, the critical attitude towards the, quote, diomat orthodoxy and towards an epistemologically questionable reflection theory which considers theory a mirror image of reality. A dialogue between Horkheimer and Adorno from 1956 shows that the founders of critical theory had not given up discussing political questions after World War II. On the one hand, Adorno states that we, quote, do not live in a revolutionary situation, and actually things are worse than ever. The horror is that for the first time we live in a world in which we can no longer imagine a better one, end quote. Adorno. In Horkheimer and Adorno, Towards a New Manifesto, published in London, 1956. Oh, that's interesting. The description for this book, it's been published by Verso Books. A fascinating dialogue on a new communist manifesto from two giants of 20th century philosophy. Theodore Adorno and Max Horkheimer wrote the central text of, quote, critical theory, dialectic of enlightenment, a measured critique of the Enlightenment reason that they argued had resulted in fascism and totalitarianism. Towards a New Manifesto shows the two philosophers in a uniquely spirited and free-flowing exchange of ideas. This book is a record of their discussions over 3 weeks in the spring of 1956, recorded with a view to the production of a contemporary version of the Communist Manifesto, a philosophical jam session in which the two thinkers improvise freely, often wildly, on central themes of their work, theory and practice, labor and leisure, domination and freedom, in a political register found nowhere else in their writing. Amid a careening flux of arguments, aphorisms, and asides, in which the trenchant alternates with the reckless, the playful and the ingenuous, the positions are swapped and contradictions unheeded, without any compulsion for consistency. A thrilling example of philosophy and action, and a compelling map of a possible passage to a new world. This new edition contains two texts on needs by Adorno and Horkheimer that have been translated for the first time or have been difficult to access. Back to the text. And footnote. Yet despite his plea for a socialist party, quote, with a strictly Leninist manifesto, end quote, on the other hand, Adorno still emphasized that he always wanted to, quote, to develop a theory that remains faithful to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, end quote. Yet despite his plea for a socialist party, quote, with a strictly Leninist manifesto, end quote, Adorno was very well aware that theory should not be subordinated to a mere instrument of praxis. There were also several occasions in the decade to follow when Adorno tried to explore the complex relationship of theory and praxis. For Adorno, praxis will suffer if the autonomy of theory is denied. However, the elements of political pessimism in Adorno and Horkheimer's thought were stronger than ever in the post-World War II period of capitalist restoration and restabilization. While Horkheimer polemicized against left radicalism, gegen den Linksradikalismus, Adorno begins his, quote, negative dialectics with the statement that the, quote, moment of realization of philosophy was missed, end quote, implying that the Marxian idea of, quote, realizing philosophy in the context of revolution is no longer a political possibility. Footnote. Marx, quote, philosophy cannot be realized without the abolition of the proletariat. The proletariat cannot abolish itself without the realization of philosophy, end quote. Marx, Zur Kritik der Hegelischen Rechtsphilosophie, end footnote. I'm going to read the Wikipedia real quick for the critique for Hegel's philosophy of right, from the German Wikipedia. A critique of Hegel's philosophy of right is a text by Karl Marx in the years 1843 and 1844. It consists of a critique of Hegel's constitutional law written between March and August 1843, which was first published in 1927, and an introduction written between late 1843 and January 1844, which was published in 1844. The former text is also known as the Kreuznach manuscript. A manuscript of this text consisting of 39 sheets exists, Marx had paginated the pages with Roman numerals. The first manuscript sheet has not survived. The work was not published during Marx's lifetime. In it, he deals in detail with Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's work, Outlines of the Philosophy of Right, published in 1821. In particular, Marx points out the abstract nature of Hegel's concept of the state. The famous text appeared in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher in 1844. Marx begins his text with the concept of the critique of religion, and then describes religion as the, quote, opium of the people. He's talking about the the famous text, the introduction to Hegel's critique, introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, appeared in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher in 1844. Marx begins his text with the concept of the critique of religion, and then describes how religion as the, quote, opium of the people, end quote, thereby exaggerating a formula by Heinrich Heine. However, in the sense of emancipation, Marx believes that, in addition to a, quote, critique of heaven, a, quote, critique of politics is necessary, which cannot be achieved through philosophy alone, but only through the actions of the proletarian class. At the end of his introduction, Marx contrasts Hegel's image of philosophy as the, quote, owl of Minerva, which, quote, only begins its flight with the approaching dusk, end quote, with the, quote, blaring of the Gallic cock, end quote, through which, quote, when all internal conditions are fulfilled, end quote, the, quote, German day of resurrection, end quote, will be announced. Back to the text. And footnote. On the purely theoretical level, Horkheimer maintained a certain degree of, quote, faithfulness towards Marx and his theory. In a 1960 interview, he stated, quote, today I still think that we cannot really understand society, how it exists without that theory, without Marx's analysis, end quote. Horkheimer. Backhaus's notes originating from Adorno's 1962 lectures and Adorno's 1965 discussion with Zone Rachel show that Marx's theory of value was still of utmost importance for the late Adorno's views on capitalist society. Footnote. Theodor W. Adorno über die Grundbegriffe der soziologischen Theorie aus einer Seminarmitschrift im Sommersemester 1962 in Backhaus Dialektik der Wertform. Alfred Sohn-Rethel Notizen von einem Gespräch zwischen Theodor Adorno und Alfred Sohn-Rethel in Sohn-Rethel Geistige und körperliche Arbeit. I guess that's intellectual and manual labor. And footnote. I'm going to see if there's a description for that book. Again, published by Akademie Verlag. Alfred Sohn-Rethel, maybe this is a different book, actually, than Intellectual and Manual Labor. Yeah, this seems like a bigger book. The Mental and Intellectual Labor book is Physical and Intellectual Labor book, or whatever the hell it's called, Manual and Intellectual Labor, is quite small, and this book is 600 pages, so it's a different book. And it translates as Mental and Physical Work, Theoretical Writings, 1947 to 1990, edited by Karl Freitag, Oliver Schlaut, and Francois Villeman. Quote, while the critique of intellect answers the question of what the consciousness of an unconscious society is like, The critique of economics explains how the life process of an unconscious society can succeed, end quote. And the description of the book says, while the critique of intellect answers the question of what the consciousness of an unconscious society is like, the critique of economics explains how the life process of an unconscious society can succeed. One can even go further and say that all systematic philosophy, which is subject to a norm of timeless absolute truth, consciously or unconsciously amounts to an apology for the social class division, because categories of thought which claim timeless validity can never be derived from the elements of manual labor, since these are of a spatio-temporal nature. Only a theory of scientific knowledge which is subject to a norm of time-bound truth can serve the ultimate historical unity of manual and intellectual labor. Such a theory must be dialectical because the logic of time-bound truth is nothing other than dialectics. And it says, quote, the German and European history of catastrophes of this century is to blame for the fact that it took decades for Sohn Rachtel's work, on which he worked since the 1920s against all hostility with unparalleled tenacity, even stubbornness, to find a publisher in Germany, ... Alfred Sohn Rachtel was the last Marxist both in success and failure. What comes after him is merely a footnote, end quote. Hans Martin Lohmann, Die Zeit, April 13th, 1990. And the contents of this book include volume 4.1, which has an introduction by the editors and contains writings from 1947 to 1971. And what's there is historical materialism as a methodological postulate, 1947/1970, a critique of Kant's theory of knowledge, 1957/1975, commodity form and thought form, 1961, principles of a materialist theory of knowledge, 1965/1971, imperialism, the era of dual economics, 1969, notes from a conversation between Theodor W. Adorno and Alfred Sohn Rachtel, 1965, Mental and Physical Work, 1970, 1973, 1989. Scattered Text on the Critique of Marx's Commodity Analysis, 1970 to 73. Another Letter to the Editors of SOPO, 1970. Social A Priori, 1971. Technical Intelligence Between Capitalism and Socialism, 1971/1973. And then we have Volume 4.2, which is writings from 1972 to 1991, which includes The Economic Dual Nature of Late Capitalism, 1972, Mental and Manual Labor in Marxism, 1972, Intellectual and Manual Labor, An Attempt at a Materialist Theory, 1973, The Form Character of Second Nature, 1974, More on the Lin Bao Confucius Debate, 1974, Confucius and the Changing Family, 1974, Science as Alienated Consciousness, 1975, Money the Hard Cash of the A Priori, 1976/1990, Materialistic Epistemology, 1976, Capitalism and Socialism in the World Today, 1977, From Apotheosis of Taylorism, end quote, to its Critical Liquidation, 1978, Logic of Production versus Logic of Appropriation, 1981, Is the Fascist Economy Looming, 1987, Conversations and Mixed Autobiographical Testimonies, Discussion on Zondbjerg between Alfred Sohn Rachtel and Peter Rubin on the 30th of March, 1976, From a Conversation with Uwe Herms, 1973, Some Interruptions Were Really Necessary, 1989, Sohn Rachtel About Sohn Rachtel, 1989, The Past Always Returns, 1989, Questionnaire. All right, so back to the text and footnote. There can be no doubt about the strong impression of Adorno's reading of Marx on the young generation of leftist theorists in Frankfurt. For example, Ernst Theodor Moll remembers when, as a young social scientist, his view on Marx fundamentally changed after Adorno introduced him to the chapter, The Fetishism of Commodities and the Secret Thereof. I'm going to look this person up. Wikipedia says Ernst Theodor Moll lived from 1928 to 2021 and was a German economist and social scientist and university professor. Ernst Theodor Moll was the son of the businessman Ernst Friedrich Moll and his wife Bertha Moll, née Meyer. After attending Swiss elementary and middle school, he volunteered for the German Air Force in 1944. After being taken prisoner of war by the French, he attended the Higher Commercial School in Lörrach in 1946. In 1948, he received his school leaving certificate. From the winter semester of 1948-49, he studied economics and business administration at the Technical University of Darmstadt. From 1949, at the Johann Wolfgang Goethe University of Frankfurt am Main. Ernst Theodor Moll received a degree in business administration there in 1953. From August 1959 to December 1969, he was a research assistant to Theodor W. Adorno at the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt am Main. From the summer semester of 1971, Ernst Theodor Moll studied again at the Technical University of Darmstadt and received his doctorate there in 1972 with a degree in business administration with a thesis on the history of the stock corporation. He taught as a professor from 1974 until his retirement in 1993 at the Sociological Institute of the former University of Hanover, now Leibniz University of Hanover, and supervised several doctoral students in the course of his academic career, including the social psychologist and sociologist Harold Welzer. Ernst Theodor Moll was considered a Marxist social scientist. He was close to the Frankfurt School. He taught predominantly on questions of political economy. During the time of the extra-parliamentary opposition, Ernst Theodor Moll led a Marx training group in Frankfurt am Main together with Hans-Jürgen Karl, which was so well attended that it had to be split up. Moll was married to Renata Moll, née Schumacher, who lived from 1948 to 2020. And his writings include Concentration, Deconcentrated, a report, published in 1960, Basic Principles of the Development of Share Capital, a contribution to the history of the Joint Stock Company, published in 1972 as a dissertation, Molitor, Consequences of a Theory, Essays on Capital by Karl Marx, published in 1967, Joachim Bergmann, Gerhard Brandt, Klaus Kuber, Ernst Theodor Moll, Klaus Offe, Domination, Class Relations, and Stratification in Late Capitalism or Industrial Society, Proceedings of the 16th German Sociological Congress, in Frankfurt am Main, 1968. Introduction to Moses Hess's Mirror of Society, published in 1971. A chapter on the early history of revisionism, published 1978. Wilhelm Weitling, The Primary Voter, Organ of Liberation League, a weekly magazine, Berlin, October 1848, with an introduction to the reprint by Ernst Theodor Moll. Oscar Knecht, Ernst Theodor Moll, Marx and Engels, The Unresolved Contradiction Between Theory and Practice, in Piper's Handbook of Political Ideas, Volume 4, published in 1986. On Marx Research in Halle, in Natural Sciences and Productive Forces in Marx and Engels, Marx-Engels Research Today, 3. Karl Marx and Juncker Thunen, in Marx-Engels Research Today, 1992. Moses Hess, in Metzler Philosophen Lexicon, 1995. And a travelogue in the edited volume, Promotion of Omega Edition 5, Scientific Communication, in Memoriam Wolfgang Jahn, The Whole Marx, publish everything written, research it, and reconstruct the, quote, unwritten Marx. Back to the text. Footnote. See Ernst Theodor Moll, Ein Reisebericht in Berliner Verein für Forderung der Mega-Edition 5. In Memoriam Wolfgang Jahn. Der ganze Marx. Alles verfasste veröffentlichen, erforschen und den, quote, ungeschrieben, end quote. Marx rekonstruieren, wissenschaftliche Mitteilungen, Heft 1, Hamburg, 2002. Let's see if I can find this book. For the love of Christ. Where am I? Shit. I don't think there's anything for this, actually. Sorry about that. End footnote. On the political level, however, and especially concerning questions of international politics, Horkheimer became more and more supportive of the bourgeois order. In 1967, Horkheimer put American war efforts, including the contemporary one in Vietnam, into the context of a, quote, defense of human rights. During the 1960s, fear of a Chinese expansion became even irrational. Horkheimer talked about the, quote, Chinese on their way to the Rhine, end quote, and the, quote, hell of Chinese global domination, end quote. Adorno explained his terrible nightmare about, quote, countless people, ... a mixture of riffraff and monstrosities, end quote, with the dangerous possibility of a pro-Chinese wing of the Italian Communist Party, that a pro-Chinese wing of the Italian Communist Party might emerge. Footnote, see Adorno Dream Notes, published with Cambridge, 2007. The description of this book says, quote, dreams are as black as death, end quote. Theodor Adorno. Adorno is fascinated by his dreams and wrote them down throughout his life. He envisaged publishing a collection of them, although in the event no more than a few appeared in his lifetime. Dream Notes offers a selection of Adorno's dreams that span the last 25 years of his life. Readers of Adorno who are accustomed to high-powered reflections on philosophy, music, and culture may well find them disconcerting. They provide an amazingly frank and uninhibited account of his inner desires, guilt feelings, and anxieties. Brothel scenes, torture, and executions figure prominently. They are presented straightforwardly at face value. No attempt is made to interpret them, to relate them to the events of his life, to psychoanalyze them, or to establish any connections with the principal themes of his philosophy. They are fiction, are they fiction? Are they fiction, autobiography, or an attempt to capture a pre-rational, quasi-mythic state of consciousness? One clear answer can be given. Taken together, they provide a highly consistent picture of a dimension of experience that is normally ignored, one that rounds out and deepens our knowledge of Adorno, while retaining something of the enigmatic quality that energized his own thought. Back to the text. With the advent of the student revolt in 1967-68, a completely new situation emerged. Adorno was now criticized by new left theorists, either related or unrelated to critical theory, by some of his own disciples, as well as by opposing intellectuals like the libertarian socialist Johannes Agnoli. I have Griegot's entry from this book, from the Sage Handbook of Frankfurt, School of Critical Theory, on Agnoli. What the hell was I looking for? Footnote. See Johannes Agnoli, Die Schnelligkeit des realen Prozesses, vorläufige Skizze eines Versuchs über Adornos historisches Ende. 1969, published in Agnoli 1968 und die Folgen, which I'm going to guess is a Akademie Verlag publication. I think they're the ones that publish Agnoli's collected works. Yeah, that translates as Johannes Agnoli, 1968, and the Consequences. And the description says, after the volumes Subversive Theory and Fascism Without Revision were recently published as volumes 3 and 4 of the 8-volume edition, Ka-Ira is now presenting the 5th volume, Johannes Agnoli's work on the German and Italian student movement. The book brings together essays on critical theory, on the relationship between the extra-parliamentary opposition and the workers' movement, and on the critique of Leninism. It shows that the protest movement could have become what the protest movement could have become if it had developed a radical critique of politics. As it was, however, it became caught up in the illusions of the, quote, long march through the institutions, end quote, and succumbed to the transformational achievements of democracy. The opposition became a new elite. A third of the volume contains works translated from Italian for the first time by Ulrike Hoffmann. And the contents include Authoritarian State and Fascism, To the Extra-Parliamentary Opposition, The Speed of the Real Process, Preliminary Sketch of an Essay on Adorno's Historical End, On the Parliamentarism Discussion in the Federal Republic, Communard Imprisonment and Anarchist Combat, On the Persecution Strategy in West Germany, The Berlin Left, The Commune, a Signal, Remarks on Spontaneity and Organization, Speech on the 11th of May 1971 at the Kronstadt Congress in West Berlin, Capitalism Against Minorities, Workers, Students, and Marxism in West Germany, Rosa Luxemburg Today, On the Threshold of the Organizational Question, A Crack in the German Model, Attempt to Educate the Criminal Chamber and the Public Prosecutor about Fascist Ideas in the Form of the State, Expert Opinion on Case O or 0, quote, Between Movement and Institution, A Conversation with Wolfram Bayer, Marx, the State, Anarchy, Relaxations for a New Left-Wing Thinking, The Greens Have Fallen for the Bourgeois Constitutional State, The German 68, Evidence. Back to the text and footnote. Adorno's relation to the student revolt could be described as rather ambivalent. Footnote: this relation is examined in detail in Hanning Voigt's Endkorte Flaschenpost, Herbert Marcuse, Theodor W. Adorno und der Streit die Neue Linke. I'm looking that book up. Shit. Okay. There we are. Sorry, there was a thing that's saying the website was saying my computer was saying it was unsafe to enter the website that this book was on, so I had to go to leave the publisher's website and find another one for the description. The title of that book translates as Uncorked Message in a Bottle, Herbert Marcuse, Theodor W. Adorno, and the Controversy over the New Left, Herbert Marcuse, Theodor W. Adorno, and the Controversy over the... Okay, sorry, no, for some reason the title repeats itself. This is a very shitty entry of this book. But the description says, the student protest movement of the 1960s formulated the political goal of a social revolution. Many of the active students in Germany and the USA were guided by the critical theory of Herbert Marcuse and Theodor W. Adorno, who were therefore often declared the, quote, fathers of the revolt. Both philosophers were completely at odds with each other when it came to the significance of the, quote, New Left. While Marcuse welcomed the movement, Adorno was rather skeptical as to whether it would play a progressive political role. This study examines the political and theoretical backgrounds of these different assessments. In the discussion about the relationship between society and the individual, emancipation and violence, Adorno and Marcuse proved to be antipodes, despite all their similarities, especially when it comes to the question of the connection between critical theory and political practice. Okay, so back to the text and footnote. Where am I? Adorno did not surrender to the political pressure put on Adorno by his students. Therefore, Adorno did not participate in their political activism. However, Adorno's opinion towards the revolt was not hostile either, at least not until the escalation of the conflict during the occupation of the Frankfurt Institute. Adorno simply would not and could not accept the verdict of, quote, resignation that his, quote, activist critics brought up in this situation. Quote, we older representatives of what the name, quote, Frankfurt School has come to designate have recently and eagerly been accused of resignation, unquote. Adorno complained shortly before his death in 1969. Quote, whoever only thinks removes himself is considered weak, cowardly, virtually a traitor, end quote. Adorno. According to Adorno, the misguided political ideal of a unity of theory and practice quickly turns into a, quote, prohibition of thinking, end quote. There can be no doubt, in my opinion, that Adorno is absolutely right to defend himself concerning this issue. After Adorno's death, the Frankfurt student leader and Marxist theorist Hans-Jürgen Karl published his text, The Political Contradictions in Adorno's Critical Theory, which is published on this channel. Footnote. See Hans-Jürgen Karl, Die politische Widerspruch in der kritischen Theorie Adornos in Detlef Clausen et al.'s edited volume Keine kritische Theorie ohne Amerika, published in 1999. This volume reminds us that it says the title of this book, which is edited by Detlef Clausen, Oscar Knecht, and who else? I don't know. It's not telling me who else edited it. I don't know. Anyway. Michal Wertz. Okay. There we are. And it says, this volume reminds us that without the United States there would be no critical theory. This applies not only to the flight of Frankfurt School scientists into exile and the debates there with contemporary American sociology and social psychology. The immediate experience of the lack of alternatives to an advanced Western form of society also shaped critical theory. Analyses of the culture industry and advanced empirical research came to the fore. And some of the pieces that are in it, one by Oscar Knecht, one by Detlef Clausen, Martin J., Hans-Jürgen Kroll, Karl E. Schorska, Angela Davis, Michal Wertz, Herbert Marcuse, Russell Jacoby, Peter Uwe Hohendahl, and Max Horkheimer. Back to the text and footnote. Kroll was both a disciple and a critic of Adorno. Kroll reflects how much the student movement owes to Adorno and his historical role. The criteria of emancipation, the theory of mystification, reification and fetishism, the emancipatory core of Marx's critique of political economy. All these aspects were taught by Adorno. However, Kroll criticizes Adorno both on a theoretical and on a practical political level. Firstly, he charged that by theoretically abstracting from historical praxis, late critical theory was in danger of developing back into traditional theory and its forms of contemplation. Secondly, he argued that since Adorno was deeply shaped by the experience of fascism, both in his biography and in his thought, he was fearful of the danger of a fascist reassertion of monopoly capitalism, and that this prevented him from supporting political practice directed against monopoly capitalism. The socialist attack from the left would trigger fascist terror as a response. At this point, Kroll continues, the political confrontation between Adorno and his students followed. After Adorno's and Horkheimer's deaths, a decisive bifurcation in Frankfurt School thought took place. Separated from and in opposition to Habermas's theory, a Marxist wing continued to exist and tried to develop Marxist theory further as critical to social theory. In this context, the work of Alfred Schmidt, Oscar Knecht, and Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt is the most important. The chapter argued that the founders of, quote, critical theory, especially the younger Horkheimer, were heavily influenced by Marx himself and by Marxism. Horkheimer explicitly criticized certain key aspects of, quote, traditional Marxism. Horkheimer's critique focuses on epistemological questions and a prevailing Marxist conception of historical development. Indeed, Horkheimer was of central importance for the later development of a critical theory reading of Marx's critique of political economy, which elaborated central themes of Marx's thought through his and Adorno's reading of Marx. Footnote: for a critique of Habermas's school as, quote, usurper of critical theory, see Michael Hintz, Paradoxale Wandlungsprozesse, kritische Gesellschaftstheorie der Stachel, Adorno, in Jens Becker, Hans Brackenmeyer's edited volume Vereinigung freier Individuen, Kritik der Tauschgesellschaft und gesellschaftliches Gesamtsubjekt by Theodor W. Adorno, published in 2004. This book translates as Association of Free Individuals, ? Critique of the Exchange Society and the Social Subject in Theodor W. Adorno. It says the critical social theoretical core of Adorno's work was rarely discussed in the many events of the Adorno year 2003. The critique of the economic nexus of bourgeois society. Quote, criticism of the exchange principle as the identifying principle of thought once the ideal of free and fair exchange, which has been a mere pretext to date to be realized. This alone transcends exchange, ... History has not yet had a total subject that can be constructed in any way, end quote. Adorno. The contributions in this volume essentially aim to counteract the unabashed, sometimes foolish reduction of Adorno to a critical philosopher, or what is considered, quote, culture, and the Philutinism that follows from this. Adorno sees the untruth in the whole of the bourgeois capitalist context. His criticism of the, quote, exchange society is discussed in detail in this book, and the relevance of his meta-economic criticism of positivist thinking in economics and sociology is demonstrated. If, according to Adorno, neither the, quote, market nor the, quote, state can be subjects of economic emancipation, what would be the social form of that overall subject? How does this relate, for example, to overall economic planning, to a, quote, socialization of the market, or to forms of alternative economics beyond, quote, capitalist rationality? These questions are of eminent importance for the efforts to revitalize socially critical theory formation. The contents include Alex Demirovich, Freedom and Humanity, Michal Hintz, the paradoxical transformation processes of critical social theory, the sting Adorno, the social subject in Adorno. The next section of the book is titled The Social Subject in Adorno, and this includes Hans-Georg Barkhaus, the, quote, fictitious communism, end quote, as the operatic basis of academic macroeconomics. Heinz Brackenmeyer, an association of free individuals as a social subject, and the elements of a macroeconomic planning in the, quote, market economy, end quote. Thomas Suller, suffering as a mediating category of subject/object. And the final section of the book is titled Conscious Overall Economy versus Myth of the Market. Michael Ott Kretka, The Myth of the Market, or Where Social Reason is Not Available. Christoph Gerg, Between Exchange Society and the Law of Value. Adorno's Social Critique in Today's Globalization. Discussion, Hans-Georg Konert, on determining some basic characteristics of alternative economy and society. All right, cool. Back to the text. End footnote. That's the end of the text. Thank you so much for listening. I'm appreciating you allowing me the liberty of looking up a million different things and potentially ruining what otherwise might have been a more concise reading. Thank you so much.